Good evening, everyone, and thank you for being here. And thank you to those who are viewing remotely. What a beautiful turnout. Look at this. Thank you for engaging. I call to order this joint regular meeting of the Mayor and City Council and the Mayor and City Council acting as the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. Reverend Stephen D. Shepherd, Senior of St. Paul AME Church, will lead tonight's invocation, and Isabella Ariola from Ramona Alessandro Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Reverend, would you like?
To Madam Mayor and to this distinguished body of council persons, specifically to my kind, king, and queenly councilwoman, the Honorable Kimberly Calvin. Thank you for this opportunity to lead us in prayer. Let us pray. Our God and our Creator, the giver and sustainer of all life, as we gather in this place to conduct the business of government for our beloved city, we pause to give you thanks. We thank you for life and health. We thank you for food and for shelter. We thank you for friends and for family. We thank you for the air we breathe and the freedoms we enjoy. We ask that you look down upon and bless these, our elected officials, while they reason and consider the agenda items before them this evening. We ask your hands to be upon them, that their decisions will be guided and guarded by the needs of each and every individual in our city and their respective constituents. Whether rich or poor, no matter the nationality, their sexual orientation, their gender identity, or living standards. Touch not only the hearts and the minds of our duly elected council persons, but to our mayor and our interim city manager. Bless the work of their hands, that their labors not be in vain, and their works yield good and productive results for the city and her citizens as they move us into a more impartial, impressive, and inclusive city. Be with us and turn us from uncertainty to assuredness. Guide us from the pain of our past into a favorable future, and protect us from prejudice to be blessed with compassion. This we ask in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Isabella?
Everyone place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Isabella. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem. Here. Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Present.
Councilmember Alexander.
Here.
And Mayor Tran.
Here. Thank you. City Clerk, is there anything to report from closed session? I know we didn't have it, so there's none.
No reportable action, no closed session this evening.
Thank you. At this time, public comments will be heard. In-person speakers will be heard first, followed by remote public speakers. If you require Spanish interpretation, we do have an interpreter on site. Please raise your hand at this time to indicate you will need translation assistance. In addition, we have interpreting listening devices available in the back. Please note that the interpreter will be dismissed if we do not receive any requests for interpretation or if the devices are not checked out by 9 p.m.
Si necesita interpretación en español, tenemos un intérprete presente. Por favor, levante la mano en este momento para indicar que requiere servicios. También tenemos aparatos disponibles para escuchar la Junta en español. Si no recibimos solicitud para los servicios de interpretación o si los aparatos no son utilizados antes de las 9, el intérprete se retirará.
Gracias. Madam City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
Don't have a full count at this moment, but we're over 25.
In the light of the fact that we have received over 25, I would imagine probably 30 or 35 plus, which may result to allow adequate time for the City Council to address city officials' business on the agenda this evening. Council members, do we have consensus to limit public comment time to 91 minute and 30 seconds?
Yes, I'd like to speak on this issue.
And this is, just so everyone knows, this is in accordance with resolution number 2018-89.
I have a comment. I as well.
Councilwoman?
The only thing, I know we have a protest or public hearing today on Burtech, maybe separate those speakers from regular public comment. And that might be the difference on how many are actually speaking on the other general items.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
The speakers for the public hearing have been separated, so this is just for council, public comment for items not on the agenda and on the agenda. Does not include for public
Correct.
hearing.
So out of the ones that we have, do we have a number of how many are just for the Burtech rate increase?
At this moment, we have 8 for the public hearing, and there's still community members signing up in the back.
How many total for the public comments regarding about items on the agenda that's not related to the public hearing?
$38.
Okay. So I just mentioned a minute and 30 seconds, and I did have a council member, Sanchez, moving.
Yes, and so I think what the mayor is doing goes in the direction of trying to create some predictability. So people have confidence in a government that has a level of predictability. People need to know when their business is being conducted. We need to afford the appropriate amount of time for individuals to speak, but there are times that the city's business isn't being conducted until 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. And so what I've recommended is that we throttle the amount of time the public speakers have so that we can limit it to an hour. So if we have 60 speakers, every speaker gets a minimum of 1 minute to speak. If we have 20 speakers, every speaker gets 3 minutes to speak. If we have 30 speakers, everyone gets 2 minutes. People at home, people here need to know what time this council is going to get started on making decisions that's going to affect them at home. And so I applaud the mayor in her effort to try to create that predictability, and I support her throttling the amount of time. So we have, how many speakers again? 38. So if you were to divide 38, 60 by 38, round it up, what's that look like? We all have calculators now with our cell phones.
Thank you, council member. Do we have consensus from the council?
No, I think we should call for a vote.
Okay, Councilwoman Calvin.
Thank you, Mayor. While I understand the length of time that it takes for everyone here to be able to have the opportunity to speak, I still believe that it is important that the people have their voice. I think that when the people come down and they're prepared to speak for 3 minutes, then that is what they should be given. If there's any way possible for us to say that this is what we're going to be doing going forward, so that notification is given out to the people in advance, that is the least of what we need to do. So here, given tonight, we have not given that formal advance notice, and if that's what we're going to do going forward, then allow this to be our advance notice of what we're going to be doing going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, I do want to ask, we did provide an agenda, the information regarding about public comments, correct?
The notice on the agenda was revised when it was published on Friday, and it does include the language from the ordinance that the mayor referenced.
Councilman Charette, then followed by Councilman.
My comment is very simple. Though I understand we have a lot of speakers, and many times they're redundant, many times they have a lot the same to say, but we still live in the United States of America where free speech is very, very important to the populace. And to limit free speech is not free speech. So I'm going to support the idea of we've had 3 minutes for a long, long time until we make some sort of change on that. This is the people's house. This is the people's business. And as much as I agree that we should be really getting down to the people's business, we need to hear from the people that take the time to come down here and speak. And as you say, it was maybe posted, but I'm not sure everyone was really aware of that based on the fact that it's always been 3 minutes. And I would just ask that the population, the public, limit themselves and try not to be too redundant in some of the issues that they want to talk about. And if they've got 4 or 5 people that want to speak on the same subject, perhaps they can have one person speak on their behalf. We would like to move this meeting along as best we can, but if it takes us till midnight, so be it. That's what we're here to do.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Reynoso?
Yeah, mine's more so a legal question, because I do believe we've been here plenty of times till midnight before. Sonia, can we be sued as a Brown Act violation for limiting the time?
No, not if you have an ordinance in place and it's been noted on your agenda.
Well, moving forward, I guess that's how we'll do it, but tonight I'd like to see 3 minutes.
Okay, so do I have a consensus to move forward with 3 minutes then? Is what I'm hearing. Okay, we will go ahead and proceed with the speakers.
Esmeralda Negrete and John Longville. David Friedman. Esmeralda Negrete, John Longville, David Friedman, and Treasurer Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had actually put in a request by online to speak on 3 items. I'm going to cram them all in this time. So first, with regard to item 9, the ranked choice voting, I wanted to note that I've done a lot of work in the past studying the subject. I at one time was chair of the elections committee of the State Assembly. And there is no question in my mind that it is extraordinarily beneficial to jurisdictions which adopt it. It saves a lot of money. It allows the voters a lot more ability to get what they want. The biggest problem you have is that you have to work with the County of San Bernardino to be able to make this happen. So it's not an automatic, even if you pass this on tonight, that it's going to happen. But I hope you do pass this on to continue studying it, because I can tell you, if you implement it properly, you can save a lot of money and you can reflect the voters' wishes much better. Second, I wanted to make just a very quick comment on your plan, the plan that is on the agenda for some additional study with regard to pulling water out of the atmosphere and energy. And I've held a number of political offices in my career. One of them that I still hold is I'm a member of the San Bernardino Valley Water Conservation District Board of Directors. So I'm interested in water conservation. And San Bernardino has a proud history. Bob Holcomb saved this whole basin from being stolen by the Los Angeles Department of Metropolitan Water District. So I'm very glad to see you pursuing that. And the final item I wanted to note is your staffing proposal. I cannot tell you how short-sighted it would be to not staff yourselves properly to be able to take advantage of the window of opportunity that exists, particularly over the next 2 years, but really for the next 5 years. As preparations are going on for the Los Angeles Olympics, just 5 years from now, there will be tremendous regional impacts. And if you are properly staffed, you can get all kinds of benefits from that. And I see my time is about to expire. I don't want to tread on it. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, who is next?
Esmeralda Negrete. David
Esmeralda.
Friedman. Treasurer Ortiz.
David Friedman, then followed by Treasurer Ortiz.
Hi, everyone. My name is David Friedman. In my hand, I have a PBID feasibility study, and that is thanks to you guys. Thank you very much. For those who don't know what a PBID is, it's a Property Business Improvement District, and we are trying to revitalize downtown, and we can do that by banding together as property owners and business owners. And you guys, the city, paid for this. Thank you. Thank you, Theo, for pushing this, man. I appreciate it. So I just want to ask that you guys keep moving forward with us. You know, we're working together as property owners to clean up downtown beside you guys, and this helps. So regarding your guys' staffing issues, you guys deserve staff. As a property owner, I could not do what I do without my team. So as a business owner in San Bernardino, I'm all for you guys having staff. And then ranked choice voting, it's the democratic thing to do. So there's plenty of stuff I'm not going to tell you about. There's plenty of documents you can look about it. One last thing. So as you guys know, the Fifth Street Gateway is going up. Gion has Starbucks, 7-Eleven, all that stuff's being built. You can see it being built. I am part of the entitled tract there, and we are going to be building Ono Hawaiian Grill's third ever drive-through in California on our parcel. But I've been stuck in planning and public works for 5 months, and so I don't know if someone can like get Daniel Hernandez to call me or whatever. I've been walking to his office once a week, every week, trying to, that's what I hear it's stuck at. So I just want to get my minor mod approved so I can bring a business here. So if someone could contact me about getting that planning moving forward so I could get my permit pulled and financing is already in place, we can get another business here. So thank you.
Thank you. Esmeralda?
Good evening, Council. Gee whiz, just listening to the conversation on my way here was a clear reminder that we still have traces of John Valdivia. To hear you as the new mayor wanting to limit the public speaking comments, it was just disheartening. You know, clearly the majority were not making the right choices here in San Bernardino. But moving forward, I'm going to combine my comments too regarding what it is, the increase in the rates. Because when the letter stated that it needed to be a 51% vote, realistically, all of you who have ran know that you don't get a 51% turnout of voters. So who made the decision that it had to be 51% of the customers to be able to say yay or nay? That's just absurd. It's almost like you're setting this whole thing to give Burtech the race. And for Burtech, right? All of us saw some hardships during COVID. Burtech didn't. Burtech continued every year to increase. All of you have been paying attention. You know that Burtech came to all of us twice in 1 year justifying the rate increase. So if they hadn't seen the hardships that all of us had, I could see it, because it's not so much that everything is going up, is that we have seen it double in everything else, and they have not spared us any little bit. Secondly, to see that you won staffing, added staff, really, you knew what you were running for. You knew the position, and we all heard it over and over, that it's just a figurehead for the mayor. So to try to ask for more staff is just ridiculous. And again, it sounds like Valdivia up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Ortiz?
Mayor, may I just make a reminder to members, Mayor, may I make a reminder to members of our public? That item that the speaker, one item that the speaker commented on is part of a public hearing. So I want to just remind our speakers, if they want their comments to be a part of the record for the public hearing, they should speak during the public hearing item. I know this is public comment and they might be combining all of their comments, but we have a public hearing on the issue of refuse.
Thank you for that clarification.
So I want to give a quick civic lesson to you elected officials. Because in order to conduct the city's business, one of the most vital components is the voice of the citizens of which you represent. And the fact that you still don't understand that tells me, one, you don't care why you're here. And two, you've probably already been paid off by whoever you're going to give whatever they asked for tonight. If that's the reputation you want to have, that's fine. We just saw that 4 years with the mayor. And what's crazy is at the same time that you don't want to hear from the public, you want to ask us to fund more staffing for you. The mayor is asking for 3 positions, and I give each of you a layout of the salary schedule up to $123,000 a year for one employee. The lowest, $97,000 for a mayor that makes $50,000 a year. And I'm not saying the mayor doesn't need a legislative aid. But do we need to fund full pensions and salaries for a mayor that is ceremonious, for someone in their job description who has more duties and responsibilities than the mayor herself in the charter? How ridiculous is that? There were 7 of you, and over the course of your next 4 years, your budget will go up to millions and millions of dollars. Her budget alone will go to $1.6 million in salary and benefits for 4 people. What could we do with that money? Well, maybe we could hire more code enforcement officers. And because it's so competitive, why don't we look at raising their salaries? We're short-funded 3 police officers. Why don't we look at making sure we have enough public safety officers in place? Why don't we make sure we're funding street improvements? Why don't we make sure we're funding parks? Why don't we make sure we're taking care of this community before you all continue to take care of yourselves? You gave yourself raises. Do your job, because what you're making is the average income of most people in our community. And you ask the most from us, but you refuse to do the least. If the only job you have is to show up, why do you need 5 people to do that for you? This city has to change. If it doesn't, we will go back into bankruptcy. Being fiscally irresponsible is how we got there in the first place. And what are you doing, patting yourselves on the back so that someone can answer your phone? You should be ready and available, because that's what you signed up here to do. People are losing their homes. People are being put on the streets. Children are going hungry, and all at the feet of this dais. Enough is enough. You are allowing Public Works Director and the Community Development Director to lie to this community, to grind cement into the lungs of the elderly and children with 0 repercussion, and you want more staffing? To do what? You can't even bother to do what you were designed to do, which is represent the people of the city of San Bernardino. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, who's next?
Jim Smith,
Jim Smith.
followed by Rabbi Hilder Cohn.
Jim? You might want to press the mic, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council people and our interim city manager. It's so great to have him aboard again. We're doing a lot of great things in San Bernardino. The vision that the city manager gave us for his talk at the last council meeting was phenomenal, giving 8 specific reasons that will turn this city around. That's what we want to do. The people aren't going to turn it around. It's the leadership that we have. Our mayor was elected overwhelmingly over the competition. So let's give her a specific road of help to make this city great again. How many of us were here when we were All-America City in 1977? We can do that again. And I think 2 parts that were extremely positive
for the presentation that was made by our city administrator is that we're going to move back into new City Hall. I've told that to a lot of people. That's one of our goals. And we're going to have one number for the city of San Bernardino. Let's get professional. I'm a professional. I'm a retired stockbroker, lived here for 75 years. And suffice to say, I know the names of Bob Holcomb, the leadership, Bill Morris, all the leadership that we've had in the back, the great leaders, and I think we have one that we elected overwhelmingly at the next election. So let's give her a chance, and and also the other 4 council people that were born, they were elected in the same election. Let's give them a vote of confidence by re-electing them. Let them do their job. And remember, in this form of government, the city manager, the interim city manager, is in charge of running the city of San Bernardino. And let's talk positively about the future of San Bernardino. I'm sick and tired of never-ending negative talk about the city of San Bernardino. Let's not talk about that anymore. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
Rabbi Hiller Cohn, John Schollenberg, Viridiana Aguilar.
Good evening. I'd like to speak about item number 9 on the agenda. One of the issues that evoked considerable study and consideration was whether to include ranked choice voting in the proposed city charter. And the majority of the members of the volunteer citizen-based charter committee that worked for well over 2 years to draft the new charter that was eventually adopted overwhelmingly by the voters of our city, myself included, felt that ranked choice voting was something that would be good for our city, but it might be more prudent to let that issue wait for a later time. Over the last year or two, the Citizens Review Committee, of which I'm now a member, has revisited the question of whether adopting ranked choice voting would be a wise decision for our city. Based on more information and thought, I believe even more strongly now that it would be. One of the many studies of ranked choice voting states most clearly, and I quote, "Ranked choice voting ensures that candidates with the most votes and broadest support win, so voters get what they want. Candidates who are opposed by a majority of voters can never win ranked choice voting elections. Ranked choice voting levels the playing field for all candidates and encourages candidates to take their case directly to the voters with a focus on the issues. Ranked choice voting replaces winner-take-all rules that elevate district lines over voters. I especially want to share with you and the citizens of our city a portion of a thoughtful piece that's entitled "How Ranked Choice Voting Elevates Women and People of Color Seeking Office." In that piece, Barbara Rodriguez, a highly respected journalist, studied the use of ranked choice voting in New York, and among the things that she found was that some voting experts believe ranked choice voting has lowered barriers for candidates who are women or people of color. There's much more to be said, but in that article, I want to conclude with this. She says, "I think particularly for women and people of color, or really anybody else who has previously been excluded from this political process, it's a really exciting and hopeful kind of opportunity for them." So let me conclude with the one-sentence conclusion of that piece that I think says it all. The benefits of ranked choice voting for making the system more democratic is important. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I want to talk for a minute about public safety. It's paramount with me in the city, as many of you know. It's a known consensus that lighting helps prevent or deter crime in a community, proper lighting. I attended the Public Safety Commission's meeting on Monday, and there was a group of ladies from Pepper Tree Lane that brought up a very valid point. There's a great need for more lighting to be put in our neighborhoods in this community. There was a tragic incident in their community, and they felt that it was due to there not being proper lighting over there, and I support them in that effort, and we needed to on North Stoddard. A lot of the transient traffic and a lot of the criminal traffic that has come through our community in the middle of the night do so because between 27th and 28th, there's no proper lighting over there. So it's just, my house has been victimized the most. I've had them on my porch. They jump my fence. They steal from my cuartito in the backyard. They'll steal from me all over the place. But I'm not moving, you know. Hey, take it. If you're going to take it, you know. But that's really what they shouldn't be doing. So I'm just saying, you know, proper lighting might help to deter that. You know, and we work hard in Arrowview to try to keep our community a nice place to live. We work hard. But we don't want to give the impression that it's a place for them to come and act like it's Gemco, because it's not, for those of you who remember what that is. It's not a shopping place for them. So that said, I just want to make sure we have a focus on that, and I can talk to Damon Alexander about helping us get lighting put in there, because we truly need it. And one more kudos, I want to say thank you to the San Bernardino Police Department, Lieutenant Jose Castro and his team. They're fabulous. They are hands-on people. They're community-based policing, and they take a common sense approach to try to help prevent issues from getting a lot larger. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Viridiana Aguilar, Wendy Whitaker, Yvette Romero, Robert Carrillo.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Viridiana Bertie Aguilar with the Office of Congressman P. Aguilar. I just wanted to introduce myself. I have been assigned to be the new Constituent Service Representative here for the City of San Bernardino. So if any of the residents are having issues with federal agencies, please feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Madam City Clerk, is it Wendy next? Wendy. And follow
By Yvette Romero,
Yvette Romero.
Robert Carrillo, and Enrique Camacho.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. I want to address item agenda number 10 in regards to the staffing issue. When I came through this city as a young girl, this city was a great place. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to bring it back to that, as the other gentleman had mentioned before. And if you don't have enough people to clean the street, how can you clean the street? I agree that there needs to be adequate staffing for the job to get done. And I want to make sure that folks, you know, I know may not agree with that, but I feel that that's what's needed. And as for John's comment about street lighting, I live on that street, and my house is what has to light the street. Everyone's houses have to light the street. And that's dangerous because I'm paying to light the street. The city should pay to light the street. So we need that extra lighting on our street, on Stoddard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I was going to address the City Council about gentrification and smart economic development tonight. But last week I attended the Nina neighborhood meeting on Thursday, February 9th, where Chief of Police Darren Goodman spoke. And due to the contents of that meeting, my heart steered the conversation in another way. At said meeting, I was unable to articulate my thoughts and questions. My heart was racing and my nervous system fully activated. After I was able to process the meeting, I decided the best way to voice my concern was in front of you all. I am concerned because we have a homeless problem, as you all declared at the last meeting, a state of emergency. And the way the chief talked about the unhoused put up red flags. Chief Goodman mentioned a couple of times that the police should be neutral, but still multiple times made his political views known. Another attendee even commented, "We can read between the lines." He stated the homelessness is not a crime, but we can get them for trespassing. In other words, we'll get them somehow. Chief Goodman mentioned it's important to have empathy for the unhoused, and the same statement says housing is earned. Sure, we'll help the unhoused as long as they met his bar for worthiness. He then goes on and makes a joke about the housing solutions made in other cities and said, shoot, maybe I should live on the street for a couple of days. That statement does not show empathy. Does he know what the unhoused go through in just a couple of days? Those are just a couple of examples. There are more. I thought we were limited to it 1 minute and 30 today, so I tried to limit my time. But for now, I would hope each and every one of you are sitting down with your chief of police and know what his vision in this homeless of state of emergency is. And I'd also like to add my support in item number 14. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Carrillo, Enrique Camacho, Danielle Durandi, and Silver Montero.
I was at that NINA meeting. I walked away feeling disillusioned, disappointed, anger, sadness, disrespected, and anger again. Chief Goodman's claim to be nonpartisan or apolitical lasted until the end of that statement. In other words, showed his true colors and feelings. He pandered to the crowd, boasted about having a diverse force, so, quote, they can't say we're all wearing hoods, end quote. Yet, in lumping all minorities together, failed to address the embarrassingly low number of black people on the force. And in saying such a statement, showed a lack of understanding of the importance of having representation in the ranks. And also ignores the fact that most police see themselves as blue. See Tyree Nichols, rest in peace. He talked about relying on traffic stops and begged the audience to fight any policies addressing those stops without referring to the disproportionality that comes with it. He talked about hiring recruits looking for excitement as though it's a sport. He did. He talked of real estate values taking a hit because of the homeless. In a neighborhood, in a community where real estate values continue to go up constantly. And I know, because I live in that community. He talked about the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, as being hypocrites, radicalized, and the enemy. He talked about having horrible eyesight. Hopefully, he can't see me too well from here. But I fear he has a horrible vision too. I left feeling afraid for people who look like me. Maybe look like you, maybe something like you. Maybe even you, Councilman Reynoso. If anything, Mayor Tran, I'd say he more resembles the chief for the mayor who wasn't in Goodman than you. It's tough, it's tough, it's tough. This is not my intent. I wanted to talk about housing. Housing in the state of emergency. I've only got 20 seconds. But I encourage the council folks to, right, there are Senate bills and Assembly bills that are taking effect in 2023 that encourage the development of housing, mixed housing, and we need housing is what we need. Also, I support item 14, formalized partnerships with community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Enrique Camacho, Daniel Girandi, Silver Montero, and Martha Romero.
Well, good evening, everybody. Like you said, my name is Enrique Camacho. I've been a resident of San Bernardino for about approximately 30 years. But I've been living in San Bernardino County for about 50 years. And I've known and I've seen what the city has been in the past. This was a model city for San Bernardino County at one point. And now it seems like everybody laughs at us. You know, and I'm tired of that. And so I'm here to speak on item number 10 on the staffing. I want to support it because I feel that if our city is going to turn around and become that model city again that I knew when I was a little child, it needs to have all the help that it can get. I mean, we all know that even if you're a business owner, you need some employees to help you with that. You cannot run your business on your own. So our mayor and city council cannot do everything on their own. They need some staff to help them with all the businesses of the city so they can move us forward and make our city progress and make this city what it used to be, the model city for San Bernardino County, not just San Bernardino County, the Inland Empire. So I want to support it. I want to say that people should be in favor of this because that's the best way that we're going to move our city and make it progress like we want it to be. Because we're tired of being laughed at. We're tired about that. So I'm in support of our city council and our mayor being fully staffed with whatever they need. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel Devanji, my apologies for mispronouncing your name.
No worries. Good evening, City Council and the general public. Today I'm out here to give my general thoughts on the airport gateway specific plan. I have some commentary on these items, which I would like you all and the public to know about. There are some reasons I am critical of this plan. The first reason I'm critical of it is that there's been a lack of communication about this large-scale project that's going to take up 1 square mile of land between Highland and San Bernardino. Residents that live within that development zone that could be displaced, and just so you all know, up to 2,400 plus could be displaced. Not many people within the development zone know what's going on. People immediately north of those residential neighborhoods don't know what's going on, or that there are even truck routes being planned in some of those areas, and things of that nature. And then secondly, on that item, on the IVDA website, the main document that specifies what's going on with that plan, a 200-page document, is only available in English. And within that development zone, there's a lot of Spanish-speaking residents, or maybe English isn't their first language, and they might rely on Spanish to understand what's going on. Secondly, I feel like there's an over-reliance of warehouses in this community, and that's seen as the primary generator of economic activity and value. Also, I feel like it's another reason to be critical is that there's not really a mention of a community benefits agreement. Another thing that I've heard about, especially in North San Bernardino, crushing of concrete. Well, this plan encourages crushing of concrete in that area. And if you go out on 3rd Street, you'll see large concrete piles of old demolished automotive buildings. Well, what was on those buildings? Could there have been asbestos, lead, some weird chemicals, things of that nature? And then lastly, this project has a potential to cause homelessness. This was a major issue in the last meeting. There's some trailer parks, a motel, a lot of renters, a lot of low-income, very low-income people in some of these dwellings. So could that cause an issue to cause more homelessness? So lastly, just to kind of sum up the things that I would like to see out of this is I would like to see city leaders attract better businesses, maybe some veteran-owned businesses, with Northern Air Force Base. There's a lot of first responders in the area during wildfire season. Could we be seeing some of that development that doesn't really come at the expense of city residents? So in summation, I'd like to see economic development, but not on the backs of the residents that we're trying to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Silver Montero, Marta Romero, Brenda Armstrong, Edwin Johnson.
Good evening. The Inland Empire is one of the major logistic hubs in the nation. Local political efforts are attracting jobs to our communities. Unfortunately, they are in sectors that are notorious for exploiting the workforce. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics, the use of temp agencies has increased by at least 75% since the Great Recession. It doesn't matter what these staffing agencies' intentions are. These workers are a part of a system that suppresses wages and disperses responsibility for safety and work conditions. Investigations have found racial, and gender discrimination throughout the temp industry. Latino workers are favored because they are considered easier to exploit. I am a steward of the union. We just filed a grievance because the company kept reposting a temporary job. We withdrew it because the company agreed to award it at the full-time position. Before I worked where I am now, I worked for a company that was hired by larger firms as a third-party distributor. There I made a friend who I learned at the time had been working through the company for 11 years through a staffing agency. He was also making 40% less as an agency worker than as a company employee. He has no one to turn to. This is called perma-temping. 1 in 3 temp workers reported that their current temp assignment has lasted more than 1 year. I have worked through an agency. Economic stability for these exploited workers comes at the price of their rights as an employee being abused and violated. 70% of these workers have reported retaliation after raising workplace concerns. San Bernardino, let's take steps to protect these vulnerable workers. These predatory practices are inherent. A remedy, a solution, a community benefits agreement. A community benefits agreement will raise wages and transform these temp jobs to direct hires. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. Nice seeing you all this year. I know it's not New Year's, but Happy New Year's. My name is Marta Romero, a community organizer with Teamsters Local 1932. We are part of a broader coalition called San Bernardino Airport Communities. I'm pretty sure some of you guys are well aware of what that means. A group of organizations that directly serve and organize research and advocate for residents, people of color, immigrants, and the community members of San Bernardino, Highland, and across the Inland Empire region. I am here to speak about the airport gateway specific plan. The proposed project includes a specific plan approximately to have 679 acres within the cities of San Bernardino, which is 194 acres for here, and in the city of Highland, which is 485 acres. This project is from Tippecanoe all the way to the 210 freeway, from 3rd Street all the way to the 5th Street North End. The AGSP, or Gateway Project, area currently houses an estimate of 2,400 plus homes, and about an estimate of 760 residential units who will be face significant displacement. As we know, the housing problem in San Bernardino is not the only one. We have a housing problem for the city of Highland as well. Some of these residents, like Daniel mentioned, are monolingual. Either they speak Spanish, which is my primary language, Vietnamese, Thai, and Tagalog. These residents are not getting notifications nor the paperwork that is provided by the AVDA translated to their native language. That is a violation of their rights. The Airport Gateway specific plan will bring new development and growth to our area in our cities in San Bernardino and Highland and the surrounding areas of the San Bernardino International Airport. It is essential to ensure that the voices of your residents, your community, stakeholders, and people most impacted by this specific plan project are taken in consideration in the drafted and planned process. Not only that, letting them know with transparency what's happening. We strongly believe that the Airport Gateway specific plan can set high standards for jobs, infrastructure, and environmental mitigations, and a strongly housing relocation plan that impacted people and community benefits for the future development in the area. To ensure this final program environmental impact report is robust and following recommendations should be taken into consideration from both the City of San Bernardino, Highland, and the Inland Valley Developmental Agency. Strong labor standards, community benefits agreement, a CBA, community engagement, and of course, a non-compliance housing element.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Chan.
Brenda Armstrong, Edwin Johnson, Ronnie Miller, Keisha Werline, and Mark Adelson.
Brandon, is he here? As you hear your name, please come forward so we can try to be able to move the speakers.
It was Brenda Armstrong.
Brenda Armstrong. Do I have a Brenda? Okay, thank you. Can you turn on the mic, please?
Can you hear me? There it is. Okay, sorry. I was just asking if I could just switch with Edwin really quick. He's the person who brought me out.
Okay.
How's everybody doing? My name is Edwin Johnson, CEO and founder of Accords Academy of Arts out here in the city of San Bernardino. But today I'm here on behalf of the president of I am the president of San Bernardino Juneteenth Committee. We did an event last year. We had over 2,000 attendees. The mission for the San Bernardino Juneteenth Committee was to bring together a lot of nonprofits in the city of San Bernardino. Some of those nonprofits are here today. You know, some of them include Young Visionaries, Sisters Making a Difference, a bunch of other ones. And so today we're actually asking for the city to help us out with some of our budget. So we're asking the city to move forward with the meeting to get $50,000 for this year's Juneteenth event. You know, we're really trying to expand it. We're trying to really expand our kids zone, and we're really trying to bring more people out to this event. Last year, we were able to raise almost $20,000 ourselves in about 90 days with this committee. And so, you know, we're asking for the city support. I know they do a lot of different events in the city, but I feel like this is very important because it's a national holiday. Right, and so today, you know, we're just here on behalf of the Juneteenth Committee to be able to expand that and take it to the next level. We put this together, you know, for people to have a safe place to go that's very rich in culture. There's a lot of different events that take place. I'm sure there was people that was here today that actually got to experience this, and some of you guys were there also. So, you know, we just appreciate the support last year. You know, it was kind of like a pilot last year, but, you know, it really came out to be very, very successful. Had great feedback. You know, it was televised, you know, newspaper articles and stuff like that. So we're asking that the city give us $50,000 so we can really take it to the next level. We actually have a vision and a plan for it to be able to expand and make it a great opportunity. You guys gave a small amount last year, you know, which was very, very appreciated because it was our first round for this particular agenda that we have by bringing nonprofits together. So that's pretty much it. If you guys got any more questions, I'll be sitting down. Thank you for my time.
Thank you.
Brenda Armstrong, Ronnie Miller, Keisha Werline, Mark Adelson, and Dolores Armstead.
Hi, everyone. Like I said, Edwin brought me out tonight, but I'm definitely here to support doc number 14. My views on it, I'm a single mother, by the way. I'm a single mother, a business owner down here in downtown San Bernardino, millennial business owner as well. And I've always told anyone that I've ever spoken to when it comes to downtown San Bernardino and just San Bernardino in itself, I have 10 years of digital sales and marketing. I don't think that San Bernardino has a huge issue other than marketing and branding and highlighting all the good that really does happen out here. The good that's brought out from the people who live in the city, the good that's brought out from the business owners, the nonprofit owners, and also the good that you guys do as well. And so I am just a huge support of the Juneteenth event because it not only accomplished bringing together the community, but bringing together the community leaders to also help in bringing together the community. And it just highlighted so much good. And so I'm just here to show my support for that tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you please state your name for the record?
Simeon Miller.
That's not me. Me, right? Okay, sorry. Brenda Armstrong.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry about that. I don't know where that came from.
That was from Zoom.
Oh. Wow. All right.
All right. Well, I'm Ronnie Miller. For those that don't know me, I'm the CEO and founder of Sisters Making a Difference, a community organization here in the city of San Bernardino. I'm here, of course, as Edwin mentioned, he's the president of the Juneteenth Committee. I'm the vice president. And in Lou, she is the director of operations in her absence. And we have a salon of beautiful community organizations here in San Bernardino that put on this great event. So we want to thank Valley College for letting us host the event at that establishment, and also thank each and every community members that rolled it out last year with us. So many represented here, and those that are not here, we want to say thank you. Big shout out to you guys. But San Bernardino Juneteenth Committee is the official committee that brought the event together for the city of San Bernardino. So I will say this to everyone that's sitting up there. It makes it easier on you guys. It looks good for you guys, for us coming together as grassroots organizations, small business entities, putting something big for not only us, our kids to come, and everybody culturally impacting this one city. So that event brought out many cultures. If you wasn't there, you missed out on something that was really big, impactful education-wise. We had live seminars, we had entertainment. They also got educated on the cultural to understand us as a people. That was the whole deal behind how we move forward with that event. But it is going to be taking place I'm telling y'all my birthday. It's going to be taking place June 17th, which is a Saturday, beautiful day in San Bernardino. We did get proclamation from the city on this event and the great things that did come out of the event. So I want to read our mission and our vision as well. The vision of the Juneteenth Committee is to bring forward together the community and celebration of African American freedom and hope. Our vision is to bring forth the community gathering to increase awareness of the past struggles and triumphs by coming together as a collective to reflect, educate, uplift, and celebration of our newest national holiday for the world. So what we do out there, we celebrated, collaborated, educated, uplifted, empowered, inspired the entire community and beyond, in which the event is actually being still talked about this day from all walks of life. So it's a beautiful thing that took place out there. We do know that we had other big community festivals that took place in our city. So by us bringing this to the city, it makes it easier. So $50K is not asking for much. We see more being allocated to other events. So, let's do it, San Bernardino. Come out, support us as we doing for y'all. We are the people that loves the people, and it takes the community to take care of the community. Let us get the $50K to allocate for that event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keisha Warline, my apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Mark Adelson, Dolores Armstead, Christian Casares, and James Albert.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mayor, City Council. My name is Mark Adelson. I'm a resident of the Verdamont community. I wanted to come here tonight to ask the council to direct staff to take decisive action to abate the nuisance of the concrete pile that's up the top of Palm Avenue. There have been proposals for grinding it in place, other proposals for having it hauled off. I believe that the only safe way to deal with that material is to have it hauled off-site, where it can be processed without threatening the health and the well-being of the Verdamont community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I second what he's saying. Can we get the Oxbow cleaned up? Can we get it on the agenda, get it cleaned up? It's going to take years to fight that contractor. These people don't have years to keep breathing that crap. So can the city get it cleaned? We're still going after the contractor, but let's get it cleaned. It's been too long. My second item is ranked choice voting. I believe that Staff needs to do a little bit more research. I did look at the backup, and the only information I saw was the potential monetary savings. That's great, but what does it do to us as a society, and what does it do to my vote? I think we need to do a little bit more research. It's a disconnect. Ranked voice voting disconnects elections from issues and allows candidates with marginal support from voters to win elections. It sounds good and simple, but it's really a way that you may be able to rig votes. You at the podium really need to do your homework on this one. As I said, I saw the staff's backup, and it's not just about money, and the only backup I saw regarded how much money you would save by going this route. It's not money. Be aware when you don't get both sides of an issue, and you didn't get the pros and cons except for monetary savings. You didn't get pros and cons in your backup. So it takes away the voter's choice. It is meant to be strategically confusing to us as voters, and any confusion can be easily manipulated. So please, council, look at it. You're not getting the full information that you need to make a good choice. It's not there. I looked at the backup. There's nothing there. It's ranked voice voting destroys clarity of the political debate. So you just need to do more homework. It's not there. There's really nothing for you to make a decision on because it's nothing there except we save a few dollars. We need to do more than save a few dollars. We need to save the way we vote. Our vote counts, and this takes away our vote. So please consider it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christian Casares, James Albert, Phil Savage, Russell Deignan.
Hello, everyone. I'm just here to lend my voice and support for ranked choice voting, and mostly because, just living here in San Bernardino, I have seen a lot of apathy when it comes to voting. A lot of people, we know the turnouts, and we know how little it is and how we need to increase it. And ranked choice voting for me comes from a place of an ethical principle of, I want to increase the most amount of good for the most amount of people. And because of that, I want to see this feeling of apathy kind of be tackled and challenged. Because with ranked choice voting, we can see that people's vote can go as far as they want it. It doesn't just have to go to one candidate or one policy or even one idea. It can keep on going as long as your voice wants to be heard. And I think as a democratic principle, that is immensely important for everyone. That if we can increase the voice of the people, we can increase their power, and we can increase democracy. And finally, I'd like to appeal to anyone here who has the power, the influence to even consider this or push this idea, is that think about legacy. San Bernardino has a history, and I want to increase the beauty of this history, not just its dark parts. And therefore, I think that if you can tie your names, everyone here, tie your names to ranked choice voting, to innovate democracy, and to spread that voice and that power to everyone else, you can lay the foundations to something very beautiful here, not just in San Bernardino, but starting in Southern California. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and Council. James Albert, 7th Ward, here in support of agenda item number 9, ranked choice voting. I want to thank our champion, Councilwoman Sandra Ibarra, for getting this forward, for your support thus far and getting us here at this item. Again, I support ranked choice voting because as Councilman Reynoso, you talk a lot about on the dais about meeting people where they're at, right? And one of the issues that's wrong with our voting system is that there's disparities in terms of the voting population between a primary election and a general election. Most people come out and vote in general elections. And if we make this change by replacing lower voter turnout primary elections with a higher turnout general election and give them the power of choice, it's going to lead to more representative outcomes and encourage, in the 23 years that I've seen lived in San Bernardino, it's going to encourage consensus building, something that we desperately need to fight back against the political infighting that I've seen in the city of San Bernardino for over 23 years. That's the biggest reasons why I support it. Obviously, the cost savings is definitely an important factor, and I think we'll fully realize it. Not if, but when we get other charter cities and the charter county of San Bernardino on board with this reform, but San Bernardino has an opportunity to lead the way in this effort. Obviously, I'd love for you all to decide and put this on the ballot in next year. I get that more studies should be warranted, but again, I think that there's broad support, and I encourage you to listen to your advisors on the Charter Review Committee that supported this item and promote good governance and recognize that this is not a partisan issue. Ranked choice voting is one of the fastest growing voting rights expansion reforms across the country. It's being implemented in conservative areas like Alaska and Utah. It's being implemented in progressive areas like San Francisco and the Bay Area, New York, Maine, etc. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when this comes to San Bernardino, and you, the Mayor and Council, have an opportunity to lead the way in our city and our county of San Bernardino, and I urge you to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Phil Savage, Russell Dignan, Georgia Ovanen, and Francisco Campos.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, excuse me, Mayor Tran and council members and city manager. Please excuse my voice. I'm suffering from a bad cold, but I think this is the most important issue, and I wanted to come out and make my comments. I served as the chair of the Charter Review Committee that developed the charter which our city is using at the present, and I'm presently the chair of the Charter Review Committee. The step in getting our new charter was one way that our city is modernizing itself. Another way is going to be adopting ranked choice voting. It clearly is a better way to get fair representation of all the population, and doing so in only a single election. We would end up eliminating the two elections of the primary and the final, and it will be a much more effective, simple way to carry out the desire of the people in the future. One other comment that I'll make, and I think the other people have stated better than I can, many of the benefits of ranked choice voting. but I think we all just, that's over. Thank you. I think we all just have gone through the situation of the lame duck situation that we have when we have a prior mayor essentially removed from office in the primary election, not getting into the final, yet still being the mayor of our city for over half a year without knowing that he no longer has the support of the city. And that possibility would be eliminated by ranked choice voting. I strongly encourage that the city seriously consider it, further study it, and develop ranked choice voting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John? Yeah, Russell.
I just wanted to make sure it was okay. Well, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I intentionally come to just really update what's going on out of the Youth Opportunity Center that we specifically titled San Bernardino City's Youth Opportunity Center. Open 7:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., a safe place for youth 15 to age 24 to come and find multiple things, a warm place, a cool place, free food, mentoring, tutoring, high school diploma support, workforce development, violence trauma support, counseling, and an array of other stuff. The YRG program that some of you are aware of, the Youth Reinvestment Program, is coming to a wind. We're on the last cohort. It was funded, and the City of San Bernardino's manager's office under David Miranda had put the efforts to get that funding here from the BSEC. And what that entitled was a diversion program. So it is at the end, but the beautiful thing is about sustainability. Operation HOPE was funded to continue that through BSEC through Title II funding. YRG funding was expired, and so that program will continue. What that program consisted of was enrolling 70 youth each year. We actually overachieved. We did 348 youth to date. They completed 16-week cohorts where they did life skill workshops, financial literacy workshop with Chase Bank. We partnered with Parks and Rec with Parks After Dark, about 2 tons of trash every year with Public Works, mural projects. So it was a great program. 93% of the students are employed or enrolled into school. We had a 5% recidivism rate. We weren't perfect, but we did have a slim margin that actually got contacted by the law enforcement, but we still service them. So that was my update on that. But I did want to touch on the homeless outreach RFP that it was released about 2 weeks ago. Great, love that we're investing money in that, 1.5 million of ARPA money, that all is good. I just want to I'm not an expert on homelessness. We don't provide the housing for homelessness, but we provide a lot of the outreach. We weren't gonna apply for it directly for ourselves. We do the mobile shower, we do the food every week. 500 families every week get groceries from us. So we do a piece of it. We provide the workforce development, but this is a lot of money to invest. 1.5 million, your homeless director did a great job in the bidders conference yesterday. This is not a slam by any means. We do need to have quick solutions, but I would say that if you guys can just review it, 1.5 million for a pilot program for 1 year, I don't know if that's the best thing, and just review it. Reach out to some other organizations that really do this work, and let's see if we're really setting someone up for success, or is it a setup? Thank you.
Thank you.
Georgia Ovanen, Francisco Campos, Miriam Nieto, Jose Barrera, and Robert Porter.
Good evening. I'm not here for any of the other things on the agenda. I'm here for something specific to my property. I live in the 4th Ward, and I've been trying to get an issue that has been going on at the rear of my property now since 2021. My issue is with Public Works. I've corresponded with about 18 people between the county and the city, and have had 0 resolution. And I basically have about 40 to 50 feet of a culvert pipe that is exposed. It's not in the ground anymore. And not only are we getting the rainwater that comes through there, but we also get regular flushing through the water department. And it is a waterfall behind my property. And we're losing a lot of our property back there because of the erosion, and it's also become very dangerous because it's now no longer a cliff. A slope. It is actually a cliff now. So the last I heard from anybody was in August, I believe, of this last year. Or no, I'm sorry, it was October. And I was told that there was a request for a contract or a bid, and I feel like I'm being ignored. I also contacted the council member in my ward, and I have not heard back from anyone. So I'm basically here seeking help from you all to get this resolved, because this is supposed to be a city-maintained culvert pipe that, it's 40, 50 feet. That's not in the ground. That's bad. And every engineer that's come out has told me that it's a problem, but I have not had anyone come out to take care of it. The second thing that I'm here about is there's a tree that is overgrown on one of the street lights, and it's diminishing the lighting on the street, which is right near one of my elderly neighbor's house. And I've called 5 times to have somebody come out and trim that tree so that the street is more visible with the light, and it's not getting done. So I don't know what's going on over there, but I'm hoping you guys could help.
Would you please leave your number with staff back there, your name and number, and I will call you.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, who's next?
Just leave it on the desk back there if you would, please.
Mayor Pro Tem, we have her contact information on her speaker card, and that's been given to the
Very good. Would you make sure I get that, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Francisco Campos.
Good afternoon to everyone. Estoy aquí para hacerles saber
I am here to let you know
que tenemos un grave problema en nuestras calles
that we have a serious issue on our
y
streets,
que está afectando directamente a nuestros vecinos e inquilinos.
and it's affecting seriously our neighbors and our people residing in the neighborhood.
Soy dueño de varias propiedades en San Bernardino,
I'm an owner of various properties in San Bernardino,
pero tengo un problema grave en la propiedad que está en la Wall Avenue y la 13.
but I have a serious problem in one of my properties that's on Well Avenue and 13th.
El problema es que las personas sin hogar se han ido a vivir en ese Allen. No permiten que nuestros inquilinos salgan a trabajar porque han llevado mucha basura y se están hospedando ahí.
The problem is that a lot of the homeless people are parked right there in our alleys, and they're not letting people go to work. They're not letting people get out of the residence to go to work.
Llamamos a la policía y la policía tarda en llegar.
We have called the police department, but the police department takes a while to get there.
O peor aún, no llega.
Or worse, they don't show up at all.
En una ocasión, uno de mis inquilinos saliendo de la propiedad
In one occasion, one of the residents
y pensando que
came out of the residence, and the resident thought there was a box.
Pensando que era basura lo que había, iba de retroceso y resulta que era un muerto el que estaba.
As he was backing up, he thought the box was just waste trash, but it turned out that it was a dead person there, and he was backing out of his driveway.
La impresión que esta persona se lleva a las 5 de la mañana.
He was so shocked, and this was at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Como dueño me siento completamente mal debido a que no están solucionando los problemas que verdaderamente tenemos que solucionar en la ciudad de San Bernardino.
As an owner of property, I am very disappointed that this issue has not been solved in the city of San Bernardino.
Tenemos una ciudad hermosa,
We have a beautiful city,
una ciudad que tiene mucho potencial,
a city that has a lot of potential,
pero no estamos trabajando en la misma dirección.
but we're not working on the same page.
Lo que yo pido en general es a la señora Sandra Ibarra,
I am requesting for Mrs. Sandra Ibarra,
que representa nuestra zona,
that represents our zone,
que camina en nuestros callejones,
to walk in our alleys,
que vea la necesidad de sus ciudadanos.
for her to see the necessity of the citizens.
No estoy en contra de las personas sin hogar,
I am not against people that are homeless,
pero estoy en contra de la basura, de las cucarachas y ratones
but I am against the trash, cockroaches, and rats.
que lamentablemente por la comida que ellos llevan y basura que llevan están trayendo a nuestros hogares.
And this, unfortunately, is causing the problem because of the food that homeless people are bringing.
No es justo.
It is not fair.
Pero el problema más grande aún
But the biggest issue is
que las personas sin hogar de ese lugar donde están viviendo tienen hasta relaciones sexuales en frente de niños.
that homeless people that are there in these alleys are having sexual intercourse in front of children.
No podemos permitir esto, señor alcalde.
We cannot allow that. Mayor,
Necesitamos la ayuda urgentemente.
we need an urgency. We need help urgently.
Si ustedes no ven el problema, se los traemos acá. Estas son las fotografías, una de las fotografías.
If you guys don't see the problem, I have it right here. I have an image, one image of the issue that we're having.
El día lunes en la mañana, una de mis inquilinas me llamó
On Monday morning, one of the residents called me.
y me dice, hay un homeless dentro del parking
There is a homeless inside my parking,
y tiene una fogata cerca de mi carro.
and he has a fire going on right by my car.
Le he pedido que se vaya y no quiere irse.
I've asked this person to leave, and they will not leave.
Por favor, ayúdenos.
Please help.
Y si usted me lo permite, señora Ibarra,
And
me
if you let me, Mrs. Ibarra,
Le voy a dejar mi número de teléfono.
I'll leave you my phone number.
Contácteme y caminemos en ese lugar juntos.
Contact me and we can walk together in on those alleys.
Porque la policía puede mover a estas personas a un lugar mejor, porque ahí no es correcto.
Because the police can move these homeless people to a better place because it's not right for them to be there on that spot.
Muchas gracias a todos por su tiempo.
Thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you very much.
Miriam Nieto, Jose Barrera, Robert Porter, Geddes Mohammed.
Hello, City Council and Madam Mayor. Thank you guys for being here today again. And I'm going to put my resident hat on. I am a resident of San Bernardino of the 7th Ward, and I want to uplift some of the things that have been said today. Definitely Juneteenth. These are some organizations that have been doing the work for years. And as we say, let's work with the community, definitely keep working with the community that has already been doing the work, support them and give them those finances and resources that they need to do it better. So they're doing a great job already, but imagine if you guys can reinforce them, how great would it be, right? And then also ranked choice voting. I know that this is something that as I was with the League of Women Voters back in 2015, this is something that they were really inspired about, and I got to learn a lot about it. Therefore, I am excited that you guys have the opportunity right now to really put that into the charter. You guys have a unique opportunity, please take it. But I agree with some of the residents, right? We shouldn't do anything that we're not educated on. So if there is any education that you guys need or you guys feel like the residents should have, please, let's do that and partner up again with these organizations that are already doing the work so that they can support those efforts. Okay, now I'm going to put my Just San Bernardino hat on because I am also representing a coalition, San Bernardino Airport Communities, and this is with the Gateway specific plan. Again, want to make sure that there is authentic community engagement around this project. As we know, a lot of the residents around that area have not received a direct message of what is happening with that project, what is the displacement plan for that project specifically, and we want to make sure that all the residents have an understanding of what is going to happen. I do want to thank you guys because I know that as you guys are sitting on that board, there is, you guys have advocated and supported the extension of the EIR, so thank you for that. Let's do now more, right? To really support that community, and let's make sure that there is authentic community engagement, that there is an environmental protection, housing displacement. As we hear one of the residents and owner, right, he is dealing already with the huge homeless issue that is just gone out of whack, right? So how do we not get there? We have an opportunity right now to support that it doesn't get that bad. This is the time to deal with it. It's not when it's already there. When we're already there, we're just acting, right? So let's figure something out. And labor standards, as we heard one of our colleagues here, their labor standards are really important for these efforts, along with community safety. We do have a petition in JustSB. Please, if you guys want to hear more, it's justsb.link/SB Airport Communities. Please go there. We have a petition for the community if you want to know more about it, or you guys can always contact Martha, Rocio, or myself. So thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Jose Barrera.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. My name is Jose Barrera. I'm a political organizer for SEIU UHW, representing over 100,000 healthcare workers across the state, including many of which live and reside in the city of San Bernardino. I'm here not talking on any specific agenda item, just wanted to mention that we are having a crisis in healthcare where many of our healthcare workers are leaving the industry due to mass burnout, short staffing, and an excessive amount of other issues, and wanted to work with the city of San Bernardino to find creative ways to help retain our healthcare workers and keep a strong, healthy workforce, and not just for our healthcare workers, but also for the residents and the patients that work and go to these facilities. So I look forward to working with everybody, be reaching out and hopefully to set up some meetings to have a further conversation about the details. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Porter and Geddes Mohammed.
Mayor, council, good people. I want to thank you so much for giving us that 3 minutes. Been coming to these meetings for 10 years. I've watched people, sometimes, not have enough time with 3 minutes to speak. So 1.5 is really hard for me, especially when you're a talkopotamus like me. I do understand that people's business needs to be done at a certain hour, Teddy, but Valdivia changed the meetings to 7 o'clock, and they used to be at 5. So, I mean, there is always that opportunity to bring the meetings back down to 5 p.m. if you want, and then it will be done at a better hour. But other than that, I do appreciate the 3 minutes, and it gives me a little more time to speak because I was preparing for 1.5. The other thing I wanted to talk about was our monuments. I went to an event over at La Placita Park on the west side this weekend, and I saw our memorial angel that represents our armed forces there needs a lot of love. We've done some research on it. It's upwards of $26,000 to have it fixed. But there may be other alternatives. But that's not just the only monument that's broken in our city that needs some love. So maybe we need to start allocating a little more money to fixing our monuments, and so at least we can get them up to standard so they don't look like they're kind of trashy and make the parks look worse. The last thing I'd like to mention is to our people. It's up to us to also help make San Bernardino shine and give it a nice little polish. So how do we do that? We do things like we go out in front of our own yards and we clean up the trash that's there. If we're a business owner, we make sure that the trash is cleaned up in our parking lots, even if it's messed up every day. I've worked for plenty of businesses where it was my job to go out there and clean that trash every day, sometimes twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. You gotta do that, team. Now, if the business owner isn't doing that, it's also up to us as people who shop at these places to let them know. Go up to the owner. If the owner's not there, talk to the general manager. If the general manager doesn't do it, ask the general manager for the owner of the property's number. We can do a little ourselves to get these places cleaned up and shining more. Some of these spots like Walgreens and Dollar Tree, and I'm just like, I see the gardeners blowing the trash out into the street. I mean, like, come on, man. That doesn't help us out at all. So what we can do is, as people, we can go and make a difference too. We don't have to always rely on them. They got a lot of hard work up here. I appreciate what they do for us, but they can only do so much. We have to stand up as a people and make sure our voices are heard in our community as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. 5 p.m. start times noted. I saw some heads nodding on this side, so thank you.
My name is Geddes Mohammed, and I'm here on behalf of myself and my colleague Dwayne Radden Jr. We are speaking in support of the item 10 on the agenda, asking you to consider favorably the staffing request for both the mayor and the city council to have additional staffing. We believe that this is needed to accomplish the work the city needs. I was once homeless in this city in 2000, and this city was good to me, and it's an honor to be able to speak to you on behalf of the city. In honor of Black History Month and making progress, I want to quote an African proverb. It states, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think that given this mayor and the council, the resources needed to work together for the good of this city will ultimately ensure that the city recovers faster, better, and more importantly, together. For the benefit of all its residents, speaking for Mr. Radden, if he was standing here, he might use a saying he frequently tells his team as he's leading us to accomplish a goal. He often says, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Voting yes to support each other with needed staff, we believe, is a sign of staying ready. For the work is great, and you, Mayor, and this council have taken on the challenge to go far. Why? Because this is San Bernardino, and this city, given all of its current and past challenges, needs to go far, not just around the corner. It can be done. Still I Rise applies to San Bernardino too. Finally, I'd like to end with another quote, this time by Henry Ford, who we all can agree knew a thing or two about getting the job done. He said, coming together is a beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Let's get the job done with a new San Bernardino attitude together. Honorable Mayor and City Council members and wonderful public, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hayward Jackson, Sandra Silazar, Luis Ojeda, and John Longville. I think he already spoke. Phil Courtney, Hayward Jackson, Sandra Silazar, Luis Ojeda, and Phil Courtney.
Madam City Clerk, looks like someone's not here.
I think Sandra's next.
Hayward Jackson.
Okay, Hayward Jackson. Can you push the mic button? Thank you.
All right. My name is Hayward Jackson, and I have something to say to you that the Lord wouldn't have me to say, and that is from the book of Titus, chapter 3. Thus saith the Lord, put them in mind to be subject to principalities, to powers, to obey magistrates, to be ready to every good work, to speak evil of no man, to be no brawlers, but gentle, showing meekness unto all men. For we ourselves also were sometime foolish, disobedient, deceived, serving divers lusts and pleasures, living in malice and envy, hateful and hating one another. But after that, the kindness and the love of our God appeared unto man, not by works of righteousness which we have done, but according to his mercy, he saved us by the washing of regeneration and the renewing of the Holy Ghost, which he shed upon us abundantly through Jesus Christ, that being justified by his grace, we should be heirs according to the hope of eternal life. This is a faithful saying, and these things I will that thou affirm constantly, that those that believe might maintain good works. But avoid foolish questions and genealogies, contentions, and striving about the law, which is not unprofitable unto men. And heretic, after the first and second admonition, reject, knowing that such a person is subverted and sinning, being condemned of himself. And I will send unto you Artemis and Tychicus. Be diligent to come unto me to Nicopolis, for I have determined there to winter. Bring Zenos the lawyer and Apollos on their journey diligently, that nothing be wanting unto them. And let ours also learn to maintain good works for necessary uses, that they be not unfruitful. All that are with me salute thee, greet them that love us in the faith. Grace be with you all, amen. God is saying, submit yourself to the American government. That is what he's talking about in that first scripture, is to submit yourself to the American government. Magistrates, that's you. All up on the office, that's who God wants you to obey. Obey those in authority in the human government. God bless you.
Thank you.
Sandra Silazar, Luis Ojeda, Phil Courtney, Frank Garcia.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm here to speak about agenda item number 10. So, agenda item number 10 did not have enough information in the agenda packet. It did not have the job descriptions. It did not have the salary breakdown. The information that was provided was very deceiving. The amount listed is only for 4 months. March, April, May, June. It's very deceiving the way that it's presented. So the mayor currently makes $50,000 a year. And we have a new charter. I believe the new charter was voted on in 2016. I think it took effect in 2017. I'm not sure about the dates. But the job descriptions for these 3 positions that the mayor wants, those job descriptions are from, they're from the time period before 2017. So those job descriptions no longer apply. So the mayor, the duties of the current mayor have dramatically diminished. The mayor currently is like ceremonial. You know, she doesn't have a vote. She has veto power. So I don't think the mayor needs 3 assistants, especially 3 assistants that will make a minimum of $62,000 a year up to $123,000 a year. That doesn't make any sense. How can a mayor have 3 assistants that make between $62,000 and $123,000 when the mayor only makes $50,000 a year? It doesn't make any sense at all. So I do want the mayor and the city council to have staff. 35 seconds. You do need staff, but this needs to be rewritten. The job descriptions need to be changed. The salaries need to be changed. Rewrite it, redo it, but vote no on number 10. Also, don't change the city code about grinding on site. The penalty should be more than $100. Mr. Freeman said it was symbolic. We don't need a symbolic penalty. The penalty should be $20,000 if you're grinding on site.
Thank you.
Luis Ojeda, Phil Courtney, Frank Garcia, Christopher Williams.
It's my turn?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be speaking Spanish, so I need a translator.
Madam City Clerk, translator.
No, I want her to do it. I want her to do it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Yeah. Can you do it?
Luis, we do, Mr.
Oh, I
Ojeda.
didn't know that she was the one.
She is the
right.
certified translator.
Matter. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Antes que nada, les quiero pedir una disculpa a todos.
Before anything, I would like to apologize to everyone.
Usualmente uso mi inglés quebrado que tengo.
Usually, I use my broken English that I have,
Que por hoy quiero hacer un punto.
but today I want to make a point.
Okay. Todos tenemos cosas que hacer.
We all have things to do.
Por ejemplo, ahora no caminé mi perro
For example, I didn't walk my dog today
porque tuve que venir a esta junta.
because I had to come to this meeting.
¿Qué quiero decir con eso?
What do I mean by that?
¿Tenemos libertad de expresión o no tenemos?
We have the liberty of freedom of speech, or we don't.
Entonces, si ustedes empiezan a limitar la libre expresión,
But
¿dónde va a parar?
But if you guys start to limit the freedom of speech, where is that going to go?
Stop.
¿Dónde va a parar? I mean, where is it going to stop? Sorry.
Entonces, nosotros estamos aquí, ustedes cuando vinieron, aplicaron por este trabajo, sabían a qué venían.
So when you guys applied for your position, you guys knew what you guys were getting into.
La mayoría de ustedes no son nuevos, algunos de ustedes son burócratas de carrera.
Most of you, some of you are not new. Some of you are professionals in your career.
Entonces, ahorita lo que yo pienso, como dijo Robert,
Right now, what I think, like Robert said,
si ustedes se van tarde para su casa, bueno, pues hay que hacerlo más temprano.
if you guys go home late, well, then let's do the meeting earlier.
Entonces, pero yo quiero mis 3 minutos.
But I want my 3 minutes.
Ese es un punto. Ahora, yo quiero dar gracias a las autoridades de la ciudad, por ejemplo.
That's one point. I want to thank the law enforcement of the city
Y todos los departamentos,
and every department.
porque mi último limpieza fue en noviembre en la baseline, desde el 215 hasta la D.
Because the last cleaning I had on baseline all the way to the 215 on D.
Y nos asistieron los de Public Works, los de la ciudad, Vortec, la policía.
Public Works was there, the police department was there, WorkTech, the city workers.
Entonces, cuando alguna gente dice, no pasa nada, no hacen nada, nadie hace nada, eso no es cierto.
So when people say that no one does anything, nothing happens, that's not true.
Entonces, la cuestión es de que nosotros tenemos que tomar la iniciativa de hacer algo.
The thing is that we have to take the initiative to do something.
Por ejemplo, yo pienso que necesitamos invertir en nuestra ciudad, pero en los departamentos que traen el dinero.
Like, I think that we should invest in our city, but on the departments that bring the money, that bring the funds.
Yo aquí empecé a venir en el 2017 y teníamos un problema con planning y community, con la comunidad de desarrollo.
I started coming here since 2015, and we have an issue with the planning and with the community development.
Entonces ellos son el departamento que tiene el dinero.
That's the department that brings in the money.
Porque es como el desarrollo, los permisos, los planos. Yo he platicado con algunos de los concejales y creo que todos están de acuerdo conmigo.
And that's who brings the plans, the planning, the development, and I've talked to some of the important people from those departments, and they agree with me.
Entonces ahorita yo creo que lo principal es enfocarlos. Es como que todos hablan de que esto hay que correrlo como un negocio. Bueno, pues hay que invertir donde esté el billete, donde esté el dinero, donde traemos el dinero para arreglar las calles, el alumbrado público, los parques, la policía, todo eso.
And we need to focus more on the departments that bring the money. We need to focus on the parks, law enforcement, police department, community, the parks, all that. That's where the investment needs to go to.
Yo entiendo que cada uno que está sentado ahí y la gente que viene aquí, todos queremos lo mismo para nuestra ciudad, lo mejor.
I understand that everyone, all of you that's sitting there and all the community, the public that's here, everybody wants the best for the community, for the city.
Pero al mismo tiempo, cada quien tiene sus propias agendas y trata de manipular a la población y a los residentes y creo que necesitamos parar eso.
But at the same time, I think everyone has different agendas and they want to manipulate the people, and I think we need to stop that.
Bueno, ya para cerrar con broche de oro,
To close this up,
okay, los voy a invitar a todos que el mayo 6 vamos a celebrar 5 de mayo por la paz.
May 6th, we're going to celebrate Cinco de Mayo for peace.
Es SP Food Fest.
SP Food Fest, and I would like to invite everyone.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
Phil Courtney, Frank Garcia, and Mr. Christopher Williams.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, and all. Phil Courtney, I'm from Redlands, but I've been asked to come here tonight to speak on item 9, ranked choice voting. I am on the board of directors with the Californians for Electoral Reform, CFER for short. You can find it on the internet. And we've heard various speakers earlier tonight. James Albert, I'd like to second a lot of what he said. We had one speaker who felt that there was still confusion about ranked choice voting. And she did mention the idea that it was fiscally responsible, saves a lot of money. Some of that can be used for educational purposes to make people better informed about the system. It's a system that is not pie in the sky. It is practical. It is being used now, as many of you know, in various municipalities in the state, San Francisco, Oakland. It's also being used in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And it's also now being used in an entire state of Maine. And people generally feel that it's an effective system. It's not confusing. It's fairly simple to realize that it's a system that allows people who have been shut out or feel that their voice is not heard to be heard, and eliminates the idea that I can't vote for the person I really want to vote for because they have no chance of winning. And that eliminates the problem with ranked choice voting. And finally, I'd like to say that as goes Maine, so goes the nation, and hopefully San Bernardino. And finally, a little footnote for you, Madam Mayor. I congratulate your turning your attention to the homeless. The homeless are often the people who have the least voice in our systems, and I thank you for paying attention to that and turning your attention to it. So thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Frank Garcia, Christopher Williams.
Hello, I'm going to make it very brief. I was here earlier with James Albert, and I was going to take about 20 seconds of his time, and he threw me out the door. But anyway, I'm here to talk about ranked choice voting. I'm very familiar with it. I know how successful it's been throughout the country, and I'm going to make it my personal point to knock on people's doors. And I can tell you, I've spent many minutes and sometimes 45 minutes or more talking to people about particular candidates, and I'll do the same thing for ranked choice voting so that people can understand exactly what they're getting into and so that they know what they're going to be voting for. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Christopher Williams. I'm here to talk about the homelessness because since the pandemic, a lot of things been going wrong. Like the brother said earlier, it's homeless sleeping in front of people's houses. I've been sleeping on a Motel 6. I got tickets and everything to a point where if I go back there and sleep because I don't have nowhere else to sleep, I'll go to jail. What's the better way to make a better investment on the mall? Look, the mall is all messed up. Yes, it's people that's homeless that's doing it, but if y'all make it a better way for them to get their life together, just because there's people up there doing drugs, don't mean that they can't come out of it. I'm a person that be in the streets on a daily basis, was on crystal and everything that came out of it. Now I'm showing my life by just going around them. Y'all need to help them. Just because they doing drugs don't mean they can't do right. If y'all come up with a better environment, a better place for them just to rest their head, I guarantee y'all gonna have better results. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, we have 10 speakers on Zoom. Okay, so P. Miller, if you can please unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes to address the mayor and city council. P. Miller.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Community Council. Community members who are law-abiding citizens appreciate the hard work and results of the San Bernardino Police Department. The new leadership of chief goals have been articulated and set into motion. San Bernardino Police Department is a majority-minority department. Like to encourage its residents to coffee with a cop every third Tuesday of the month at 9 a.m. in each district. Also a citywide coffee with a cop every first Tuesday of the month at 6 p.m. at the police station. Become involved in community policing. Because, council, if we do not have a safe community, there is no economic growth. So would like to lend support for at least 300 officers. And getting 300 officers would have been better optics had you done that before you increased your own salaries 167%. Again, the optics just don't look good. Community members are trying to stay hopeful, however, and we do encourage you to do better. We want you to succeed. Yes, it's great, a declaration of emergency for the homelessness. Some of us have been advocating for community outcry and suggestions for pallet housing resource centers for many years now. So it's good that's finally come to fruition. Been ashamed to see so many city managers over the recent years, past 10 years actually, leaving with their golden parachutes. Again, we can do better with the hiring of a new city manager eventually. The General Plan Advisory Committee that hasn't met in 6 months. Millions were paid to place works. The city hired them 10 years ago and again this past year. I asked their point man, Woody, at one of the community meetings, I said, what had succeeded and what had failed from the last general plan? He could not answer. So again, you had citizens, community members who gave of their time, and they've been left hanging, and the community was left hanging. We advocate for a vision that encourages small businesses and not chases them away. So yes, let's do better. And in closing, I'd like to address a recent issue. Understand there was a deal made with the ACLU regarding the homeless, a deal that did not come before council for discussion or vote. If that's true, the next time the ACLU threatens or bullies or harasses council members and the law-abiding citizens of San Bernardino, perhaps there should be a lawsuit, a class action lawsuit against the ACLU. You know, we've had enough, council, enough of groups with their own personal agendas bending over backwards to accommodate and excuse criminal and illegal behavior. We need you to advocate for the law-abiding tax-paying citizens who want safety and prosperity for this city. That is our agenda, safety and prosperity for this city. Thank you so much and good luck to you all.
Betsy Starbuck, you are next. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Common Council. I am Betsy Starbuck. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area. And I want to talk to you about item number 9. The League of Women Voters is seen nationally, statewide, and locally as a bona fide group who promote voting. And we have been behind ranked choice voting for many years and have worked diligently in areas that have adopted it. And we will work diligently in San Bernardino to educate and get it adopted here. Everybody says I'm for ranked choice voting. Well, I want you to vote against item number 9 because it says the staff recommendation is to accept and file this report. To me, that sounds a lot like put it in the trash bin. And I don't want you to do that. What I want you to do is put it on the ballot and let your people vote. Ranked choice voting allows candidates a better opportunity to run. So you all have been successful as candidates, and I want you to think back to just how much the registrar of voters charged you for your candidate statement. how many thousands of dollars you paid. Not only during the primary, but during the general election, and it was even more then. What you need to do is adopt ranked choice voting. Have it go to one election where people can tell you up front, well, this is my first choice, but if I don't get that, I'd go for this person as my second choice. It's called instant runoff voting because that's exactly what it does. It doesn't take anybody's vote away. It just moves your one step, two step primary general voting to doing it all at one time and having you rank the candidates in the order that you would like to see them serve. And what it has done and where it has been adopted is to open it up, make the council, or in fact in Maine, Alaska, Utah, where they've adopted it statewide, it has allowed all the entities to be more reflective of the population they serve. And it costs the candidates less, it costs the entity less. It's a win-win all around. And it involves more people in the selection of the candidate. It gets more of your citizens engaged in the election. And I think we all moan and groan about poor election turnout, but in areas that have adopted ranked choice voting, turnout is higher because
Thank you, Ms.
people
Starbucks.
feel like they're being listened to. I thank you for your time, and I
Thank you.
appreciate you putting it on the ballot.
Thank you.
Jody Eisenberg, you are next. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council members. I'll be very brief. I just want to say ditto as the Vice President of the League of Women Voters of the San Bernardino area to everything that Betsy just said and all the previous speakers who have spoken in favor of ranked choice voting. I hope that you will take the time to do a little more research and add to the report that staff prepared and put this issue on the ballot. We really appreciate your time. I can vouch for Frank Garcia. He will, in fact, knock on every door and make sure people understand what ranked choice voting is all about. The League of Women Voters of the United States, of California, and our local league support ranked choice voting. I'm going to take off my hat as the vice president of the league and put on my hat as a member of the San Bernardino Airport communities, and I'd like to just also support what folks are talking about with the Gateway proposal. We need better jobs, better paying jobs, and a community benefits agreement that will help promote our city. And finally, as a citizen of our city, I would like to thank Council Member Alexander for helping me last week. He took the time to make a phone call that helped me get emergency shelter for an unhoused man whose possessions were taken by Public Works without his permission. And I really appreciate your time, Councilmember Alexander. So thank you all, and I appreciate the time to speak with you. Good night.
Thank you.
Kyle Brown, please unmute your mic. Mike, you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hello, everybody. Coming to you from the speakers in the sky. Kyle Brown here, calling in to voice my support for ranked choice voting, and listening to everything else that everybody's been saying all night. We've got much bigger problems to deal with. Take the easy win, put it on the ballot, make everybody happy, and push it through. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sean Duger.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Sean Dugar. I am the Consulting Executive Director for the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. We submitted a one-pager to you all earlier today that kind of covers our position and makes a recommendation that you all direct city staff to have further conversations with the county registrar of voters to get more solid numbers in terms of what the cost will be to implement ranked choice voting. We know that across the board, there is a larger one-time expense to implement ranked choice voting, but cities have seen a vast savings in terms of ongoing or getting rid of the primary and having moving everything into the general election. Separately, I know there's been a lot of conversation, and this memo, the staff memo, doesn't really address the issue of public education. Having been an Oakland voter for the last decade, I know how important it is that the public and that voters are educated on ranked choice voting. We know from ranked choice voting being implemented across the country, including in New York City, where I ran the public education campaign, that voters get it. The first time ranked choice voting was implemented in New York City, 90% of voters ranked 2 or more candidates on their ballot. This is a city where we did public education in 25 different languages, built a coalition of 750 organizations and service providers, and were able to reach 3.3 million New Yorkers in a 4-month window, in just 4 months, in the middle of the pandemic. If New York City can do it, I know that San Bernardino can do it. I know that we can reach every voter. I know that we can reach them in language. We have those tools and those resources already at our disposal. We are here as a support for the council, as a resource. We are more than willing to sit down with staff and connect them with other organizations. There's a nonprofit that most cities in California have contracted to do their implementation and outreach. We work very closely with that organization. There's an organization that can help you with what ballot design would look like to make it the most user-friendly for voters. All of that to say, we are here as a resource and hope that the council and staff will utilize us as that resource as you're looking into putting ranked choice voting on the ballot.
Thank you.
You so much.
Thank you.
Karen Suarez, please unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes to address the council.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and neighbors. Karen Suarez. I'm mother, resident, and servant leader. I'm first going to wear my resident and mother hat. I'm calling in support of item number 9, in support of ranked choice voting, and I want to echo what our previous speakers have stated in support of. Let's get this initiative on the ballot, please. I'm going to put my Uplift San Bernardino hat on and really are excited to see I hope that you will put items 13 and 14 in future agendas. We're very supportive of our Juneteenth celebration and all of the amazing partners that are a part of that. And I'm really looking forward to learning from the Sustainable Renewable Green Energy Initiative. Renewable energy is critically important for our region, as well as a producer of quality jobs, and really look forward to learning more. And then as concerns continue to rise on displacement and gentrification as our city is full of development opportunity and growth, I just want to urge us all to come together to co-design with our residents, with our neighbors, with community, and integrate anti-displacement strategies, including community benefits agreements, and help us increase ownership in the city of our community members, increase ownership in transferable assets that will appreciate over time, that will create generational wealth. This is what equity means, and this is what we need in our community. I'd also like to shout out our nonprofit sector and our colleagues within the Uplift San Bernardino network, all of our volunteers across the city. Thank you so much for your relentless service, your passion, and your love for our city. We really appreciate all of the impact that you're making in our different neighborhoods. Lastly, for all of our housing advocates, there is a general plan meeting tomorrow, Thursday, focusing on the housing element. Please come. It's February 16th from 6 to 8 p.m. And it's on 201 Northeast Street on the 3rd floor in the city. Also, I wanted to say thank you for allowing remote Zoom meetings. I am a mother that works outside the home, and sometimes it's impossible to come with my children. And so I thank you for allowing me to continue my civic engagement from my home, and know that our children are listening, and let's continue to keep them at the center so that they can inherit better than what we currently have. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Simi Miller, please unmute your mic. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Simi Miller.
Thank you, Mayor Tran, Honorable City Council. My name is Simeon Miller, and I am a current graduate student at CSU San Bernardino and an alumni of the Political Science Department's class of Spring 2022. I would like to speak on item 9 on the agenda. However, before I do so, I would like to apologize to the chamber and most importantly, the young woman who I spoke over earlier. I know familiar with doing this via Zoom like I do in person. I believed I was being addressed personally in a private Zoom room before being entered in. As a native of San Bernardino and someone with expertise on the matter, I have seen much of the political science literature that one of our speakers referenced earlier, and can testify that he was correct. Much of what political scientists and analysts have found on this subject of ranked choice voting has indeed played out in our country in the few places that have implemented. Therefore, I would like to strongly endorse agenda item 9 because I love our country and believe strongly in our democracy. I believe that we must continue the political project of preserving it and nurturing it, as the framers of our Constitution intended. However, at a time when our nation is continuing to debate its problematic political history, I do not believe we can move forward on that political project without adopting necessary and critical reforms that include making public office more accessible for women and people of color, such as myself, who have often been shut out from our political process, including in our free and fair democratic elections. By implementing reforms such as ranked choice voting, I believe our city would be making an important addition to the national conversation on inclusivity, fair democratic governance, and help our country and community break free from the shackles of a dark history that does not have to define us. We can break free.
Thank you.
Okay, the caller with the last 4 digits of 2946, can you please unmute your phone and address the council? You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. History is hard. The Vietnam conflict, or as the Vietnamese call it, the American War, began in 1955 through 1976 and ended at the fall of Saigon. Helen Tran, using her family's history in this country, gave her family refugee status and grace under our undivided flag, made a singular decision in the last city council to strip San Bernardino residents of our democratic right to speak for 3 minutes because she's a bully, not a bulldog, and just tried it again tonight. Helen Tran win was not a mandate and will never speak for all of San Bernardino, so she needs to stop lying. The cabal of cronyism that is rife with most of the council members and the mayor's chair will constantly be redressed until all of the council learns and leans into the city charter and the code of conduct mandated by the city charter. Sam Sanchez, Figueroa, Charette, and C.W. Ibarra, your vote to resume grinding on site after knowing the health risks and making this a CEPA incident reveals your bigotry and racism for CM Reynoso, C.W. Calvin, and all of their constituents and their children. This decision has been reverberated throughout San Bernardino and America since this meeting is run live on YouTube. You will not mock or spit on our veteran service or the sacrifice of our fallen soldiers because you four fall short of having any kind of compassion for the residents of San Bernardino as elected officials. Your power grab is failing, just as your honor is tonight's sitting. City Management and Public Works Director Daniel Hernandez and Nathan Freeman is impotent and insolent in their decision to play God while taking in $17,000 a month while getting caught illegally grinding on site in Ward 5 during a major wind event posted on your own city website, by the way, on January 25, 2023. The subsequent lying, nibbling, and crying about getting caught led Nathan Freeman to cancel the Planning Commission meeting, taking away again our 3 minutes of democracy to comment on the CEPA disaster. Listen, Nathan Freeman, you are not Vlad Putin or Taliban. If you cannot stand in your impotent decision to try to devalue our community of our health, safety, and welfare, then take Daniel Hernandez and get out. To Susie, the HR director, do your job and remove these people from the payroll. Otherwise, you look like Helen Tran with no plan. C.M. Reynoso, C.W. Calvin, and Dr. Treasure Ortiz, thank you for your commitment to the city. Thank you and good night.
Thank you.
The caller with the last digits 1660, please unmute your phone, and you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Voters of San Bernardino, the City Council and Mayor Tran lied to you. They don't care about you or your opinion. As you saw earlier, to silence your voices, they cut your comment time to speak about your issues from 3 minutes to 90 seconds, proclaiming 3 minutes would make the meeting way too long. Obviously, Mayor Tran has more important places to be than to listen to you. Sounds like Valdivia, doesn't it? They lied to you. They passed the homelessness state of emergency declaration that should have been passed last year, but then vote to discuss allowing grinding within city limits. So they vote to save the unhoused on one hand, then vote to slow kill them and their children on the other. Ms. Ibarra is on the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and she votes for on-site grinding. To prevent more public comment about on-site grinding, last evening's Planning Commission meeting was canceled without cause by Nathan Freeman, the Director of Community and Economic Development. Remember, grinding concrete creates silica dust, which can cause respiratory diseases such as silicosis lung disease, lung cancer, COPD, and among other diseases, kidney disease. Silicosis is comparable to minor's asthma and black lung disease. If silicosis killed people as fast as fentanyl does, Mr. Charette would be against on-site grinding. But it doesn't. It's a slow death. And Mr. Charette conveniently won't be around when many of these people die. A quick timeline. January 11th, 2023, the City Planning Commission unanimously votes that grinding within city limits is illegal. January 18th, an email exchange between the grinding contractor and public works officials about on-site grinding ignores that this is illegal. Those officials are Ken Watson, Public Works National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Systems Coordinator, Susan Pan, Deputy Public Works Director, and employees Richard Garcia and Garrett Scott. January 23rd, email from Vermont resident Hank Mitchell to the city about the pending grinding included. Nathan Freeman again, and Daniel Hernandez, the Director of Public Works. January 25th, this contractor begins grinding within city limits with the approval of this city. Is Mr. McNeely involved? The 25th was a windy day with sustained speeds of 20 miles per hour and gusts of up to 95. Within 1.5 miles of the grinding site, there are 2 elementary schools, 1 middle school, Cajon High School, Cal State, many daycare centers, assisted living facilities, and, by the way, the Oxbow dump site. So the council and Mayor Tran are paying it forward, paying it back, or being paid
Thank you.
off. Mayor Tran, the City of San Bernardino County Democratic Party would disagree with your decision to allow on-site
Sir,
grinding
thank
unless
you.
change
Your 3
parties.
minutes is up. Thank you.
Speaker with the screen name Motorola Moto G, you have 3 minutes to address the council.
Hello, yes, my name is Marvin Norman. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I'm speaking in support of item 9, the ranked choice voting. As others have mentioned, ranked choice voting would be a step forward for San Bernardino and allow us to have a better method of choosing who our elected officials are and thus continue to provide a council and elected body that similarly represents the city. As others have stated as well, ranked choice voting provides opportunity for people to truly listen to the candidates and the candidates themselves to have a better campaign and provide the residents with a true vision of what they would do to help the community versus just trying to outdo the other guy who's on the ballot with them. So once again, I would support the ranked choice voting and hope that I get to vote on it soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will end with one written comment for ADA accommodation. It is from Mr. Tim Duran. I'm speaking on item 10, and I'm reading this verbatim, okay? I am speaking on item 10. You want to give the mayor's office budget going up to $400,000 a year and added 3 new staff. That is not good for San Bernardino. She haven't even been in office for long with the year to see if it is earned council. If you approve this item, then it will be just like when Valdivia was the mayor. You all say things are changing where, like I say, give it a year. I'm asking one of you to have the balls to ask the city attorney if they can bring it back to another date while looking at what can be done. Please recommend it that the money can help take care of the homeless situation, which is getting worse, to the job that the residents asked you to do when we voted you in. Remember, we voted Valdivia out. We can vote Sandra, Teddy, and others, old council out. Peace out. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Next, we have the city manager's report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. We have a brief City Manager's report dealing with some updates of the city. First, this is not the best news in the world, but people need to know that starting not this weekend, but the following weekend, 6 of the next 8 weekends will include full 55-hour freeway closures on the 210 freeway running from Green Spot to the 10 freeway. This is to hopefully wrap up the expansion of that road, but this will be a major distraction as not only on the freeway but on local city streets of people trying to avoid it. 6 of the next 8 weekends through April 24th will include these full freeway closures. Tomorrow, we've got some good news. Breeze Airways will be adding their second route, or they started back in August or September of last year with flights to San Francisco and to Provo, Utah, but starting tomorrow, they will start with Las Vegas and Hartford, Connecticut on Thursdays and Sundays. Flights to Las Vegas are as low as $29 each way, so we're very excited that Breeze Airways not only was committed to San Bernardino, but is expanding their service. Parks and Recreation deserves some congratulations. In a survey of the 100 largest cities in the United States, their social media program was ranked number 14 in the nation. That's great news for the Parks and Rec has worked really hard on their social media campaign. Most posts are in both English and Spanish. They've added videos, and they were ranked number 3 in the nation for its interactions on both Facebook and Instagram, which is the number of people who follow that respond to posts that they do with feedback, comments, positive and negative. So congratulations to Lydia Gutfeld and the entire crew at Parks and Recreation and Community Service for their rankings. Congratulations to Mayor Tran, who this past week was appointed to a regional SCAG committee, the Southern California Association of Governments. This is the Community, Economic, and Human Development Committee. And the important thing about that committee is that that is the committee that oversees population forecasts and the regional housing needs assessment, which is very important to local jurisdictions like San Bernardino. The mayor joins Councilmember Alexander, who last month was appointed to the SCAG Committee on Energy and the Environment. Below that, you'll see a yellow posting, and this is one of the things that you file under the category of, it's so simple, how come we never thought of it before? Animal services, now when they collect an animal in neighborhoods, will be posting signs and door hangers where they collect the animal to say, hey, look, animal services picked it up, and it is at the shelter. So people don't say, oh, well, my dog ran away. They look in the neighborhood, and sometimes you never think that it could be at the animal shelter. Currently, only 13% of the animals that are collected by animal services are returned to their owners. And so this is one of those simple fixes that hopefully will make a big difference in returning pets to their owners. Two more quick things. There's still a couple weeks left in Black History Month. Please go to the city's homepage to look at events that are happening throughout the city, at our libraries, at our community centers, and at our universities. And finally, coming up on March 4th is the annual Arts Fest, which will be happening at the Court Street Square. We will have artists, we will have performances, we will have demonstrations, we will have food, all done by local artists who are both looking to sell what they produce, as well as teach people to appreciate and enjoy the skills that they have. So the event is free to attend, and it is on Saturday, March 4th from 10 to 2. So hopefully you can make it. And with that, that concludes my report, and I turn it back to the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, City Manager? Okay. Let's move on to our mayor and city council updates and reports on conferences and meetings. As a reminder, this section of the agenda is for brief remarks on our activities and as required by law to provide a brief report on any meetings attended at the expense of the city since our last meeting. I ask all of my colleagues to refrain from any remarks that might be considered advocacy or campaigning. I also ask that we keep our comments brief out of respect to each other, staff, and the viewing public. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, if I can get some input from our city attorney. We have a public hearing, and it's already 9:30. Should we be conducting that public hearing now?
That would be at the will of the chair.
I mean,
by
I
vote
think
of the
this goes
council.
back to my comments earlier. The way we look like a professional governing body of a municipal government is to have our public hearing. People need to know when that's going to happen. And I guess people can stay up till midnight to wait to see when that happens, but I think it should happen now. So I'd make that recommendation or ask of our chair.
I second that.
Let's go ahead and move. Sounds like we have a consensus to move the public hearing first before we go into other business on the agenda. Moving on to public hearings. Welcome to the City of San Bernardino public hearing on proposed increases to rates for solid waste services charges. Before we open the public hearing, I would like to ask our city attorney to explain requirements of Proposition 218 governing this public hearing and the proposed adoption of the rates and charges.
Thank you, Mayor. This public hearing was set in compliance with Proposition 218. Proposition 218 was a voter initiative, so this means it was approved by the voters of the state of California. It was adopted to ensure maximum transparency and an abundance of caution. We are having this public hearing in accordance with Proposition 218. That being said, the city voluntarily subjected the proposed rates to the Prop 218 procedures and does not concede their applicability to privately provided solid waste service. The city mailed a notice of this public hearing to all record owners whose property is subject to the imposition of the proposed rates and charges, and customers of record who are not property owners. The date and time of this public hearing is not less than 45 days after the city mailed the notices. The purpose of the public hearing is for the City Council to hear all oral testimony, consider all written protest concerning the proposed rate increases. It is also held to determine whether there is a majority protest to the proposed rates and whether to proceed with the adoption of the proposed rates. Property owners and tenants are not required to provide oral testimony at today's hearing. However, if they wish, you may simply submit a written protest directly to the city clerk indicating your personal opposition to the proposed rate increases. However, if you wish to protest and you want that protest to be counted, you must submit a written protest, and the public hearing will be closed after the City Council has heard and considered all oral testimony on these items. Oral comments made today do not qualify as written protest. If written protests against the proposed rate increases are presented by a majority of the owners of the identified parcels upon which the charges are to be imposed or tenants directly liable for the payment of the charges, the City Council may not impose the proposed rate increases. If there is no majority protest, the City Council may impose the rate increases. So pursuant to state law governing Proposition 218 and determining whether majority protest exists, only one written protest per parcel may be counted. And just in a quick answer to a earlier public comment, Proposition 218 governs this process. It was not the City Council that arbitrarily decided that there would be a 51% protest. That's in Proposition 218, a law that was passed by the voters of the state of California. That's all I have.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. So a little background and introduction to the item. So on December 7, 2022, the Mayor and the City Council approved resolution number 2022-244, declaring the intent to conduct a public hearing this evening to consider the maximum permitted service rates for integrated solid waste collection, processing, and disposal services. Shortly, Ms. Leslie Graciano, the city's environmental programs coordinator, will present the City Council information regarding the proposed rate increase, the proposed SB 1383 implementation, and subsequent franchise agreement amendment. At the end of the public hearing, we have staff, Ms. Joanne Jin, from the City Attorney's Office, who worked closely with staff on the negotiations and the proposed amendment. And if there are any specific service-related questions, we have Mr. Michael Araguin from Burtec Waste Industries in the audience as well. With that said, I would like to introduce Ms. Leslie Graciano.
Councilmember Calvin?
Do we get a handout for this public hearing? I know that we have multiple here, but I don't see one for this item. No?
So, in terms of the presentation, it was included as attachment 5 in the staff report.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Leslie Graciano, and I'm the Environmental Programs Coordinator, and I will be presenting the Solid Waste Rate Adjustment and Third Amendment to the Franchise Agreement for the Integrated Solid Waste Collection, Processing, and Disposal Services. So background to the franchise agreement with Burtec Waste Industries. Burtec Waste Industries is the city's franchise solid waste hauler, and the city and Burtec entered a 10-year agreement April 1st, 2016, to provide trash, recycling, and green waste services to the jurisdiction. Commercial businesses are provided trash, recycling, and organics, which includes food waste and green waste. The current term expires end of March 2026. The franchise agreement allows Burtec to increase the service rates by Consumer Price Index, otherwise known as CPI, not exceeding a 5% increase annually. This is a beneficial aspect for rate increases because the increase for overall service rates is capped at 5% and will never be over the 5% annually according to the current agreement. On December 7, 2022, Public Works Department came before the City Council with notice of intent to hold Proposition 218 hearing, which is done every 5 years. The difference with this Prop 218 hearing is we have to take into consideration the implementation of SB 1383. City staff came before the council with 3 options, and staff recommendation at the time was option 2. The City Council then authorized the issuance of Proposition 218 notice with the option 2 proposed rates. In a later slide, I will provide a review of the rate structure. So SB 1383 implementation. SB 1383 regulations require all businesses and residents to subscribe to organic waste collection services, in addition to trash and recycling services. The city must implement SB 1383 regulations as this is a state mandate, and if not, it could face penalties up to $10,000 per day for failing to comply. Cal Recycle is aware the city is undergoing negotiations with Burtec to amend the franchise agreement to implement SB 1383 requirements. Some of the requirements are listed as follows. Collection. Residents will still have the same 3-container system for trash, recycling, and now the green cart will be for green and food waste. Residents will be required to bag food waste and place it into their green cart. This is so Burtec can separate the food waste while utilizing 1 container. Commercial collection will utilize a 4-container system for food waste, green waste, recycling, and trash. Education and outreach will be done by distributing information through community meetings, newsletters, automated calls, feedback from route review audits and waste evaluations, and on-site guidance. Assistance and procurement requirements. With procurement requirements, our jurisdiction is required to procure almost 18,000 tons of organic waste to reach 100% procurement for the San Bernardino City. With Assembly Bill 1985, it helps to tier off the procurement requirements, and currently we are supposed to be meeting 30% of procurement requirements by January 1st, 2023. By 2024, we have to reach 65%, and by 2025, reach that 100% procurement. This can be done with mulch and compost distribution in landscaping projects, as well as giveaways to residents in the city. Edible food recovery. Burtec will work with the city to identify Tier 1 and 2 food generators and food recovery organizations to estimate the amount of edible food being disposed. We will then have to divert 20% of the edible food from disposal to food recovery organizations. Compliance and monitoring and enforcement. We need to be able to document qualified customers, edible food generators, material processing waste characterizations, route audit results, complaints investigated, recycled materials procured, and organic waste diverted from the landfill. As well as we need to take care of capacity planning, which the city will work closely with Burtec to evaluate existing capacity for managing organic waste, processing, and edible food recovery. Now for the rate structure. Even though this is a change in one law, the program requirements for SB 1383 are quite extensive and therefore come at a cost. On this slide, we have a breakdown of the rate structure. I have boxed right here the current rate, which includes components for the green waste, recycling, and trash, all calculated with a CPI increase to the entire service rate. For the proposed 2022 and 2023 rates, we have removed the green waste component from the left side. Oh, my bad. Right in that area, in the center area. And then processed together so now the green waste will now be processed together as shown on the right with the SB 1383 requirements as mixed organics processing. And the left-hand side will show the CPI rate adjustment with only the 5% cap. Whereas I'm moving over here to the right-hand side, and this is going to be the SB 1383 program cost. And this cost is for program compliance of the requirements I listed in the previous slides, plus the mixed organics processing that will be required to sort food waste from green waste organics. The total cost varies slightly between the 2 years, less than $1. The rate adjustment highlighted right here is due to the fact that there was no rate adjustment done July 2022 due to the negotiating costs, the cost of the new program between the city and Burtec. The costs have been deferred for 1 year, and now the new calculated proposed maximum permitted service rates are going to begin July 2023, and they will be shown red box at $37.97. So as for Amendment 3 to the franchise agreement with Burtec, moving forward, the component of trash and regular recycling will continue to increase by CPI, only with a 5% maximum cap on these components. The CPI adjustment will be calculated using all urban consumers index for Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ontario, California. This is a change from the previous CPI on the agreement, which lists an outdated CPIU for LA, Riverside, and Orange County. The organics recycling will be affected by both CPI and processing and disposal fees with no 5% cap on this portion of the rate structure. The result is the only pass-through cost will occur on the organics processing and disposal. Trash and recycling are still only affected by the 5% CPI cap. We will also have a 5-year extension to the agreement that will end March 31st, 2031. Part of the negotiations was a 5-year extension, so the rates were not raised by July 2022. Liquidated damages were added as it relates to SB 1383, and implementation requirements for SB 1383, such as record keeping, route reviews, race evaluations, assistance with enforcement, and assistance with procurement requirements. To conclude, we would like to conduct the Proposition 218 hearing to receive comments on the proposed rate increases and the Third Amendment to the franchise agreement, and then close the public hearing after all comments have been heard, determine if the majority written protests have been received from the owners and tenants, and if majority protest is not received, adopt resolution that adopting the solid waste rates and approving Third Amendment to the city's franchise agreement, and finding action exempt from California Environmental Quality Act. I am happy to answer any questions the mayor and city council may have before the public hearing is open.
Thank you. The public hearing will be conducted in the following manner. I guess before we start, is there any questions since she posed that to us? No?
Should we allow for public comment?
I'm going to go there next.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. The City Council will open the public hearing for any person wishing to speak on this item. Please note that in addition to the Prop 218 hearing, this item includes the potential instruction of a resolution to adopt a Third Amendment to the franchise agreement and solid waste rate increases. Anyone wishing to provide public comment on this resolution should do so at this time as well. After all oral testimony has been heard, the City Council will close the public hearing. Only those written protests submitted prior to the close of the public hearing will be counted. You will be given a maximum of 3 minutes, so we ask that you keep your comments brief and to the point so that we can allow everyone a chance to speak. Our city clerk will be keeping time for each speaker. You will be notified when you have reached your maximum allowed time. If a previous speaker has already addressed the item you are going to speak on, you are not required to state them as well and have the opportunity to waive your right to speak. To facilitate this, the discussion, any questions from the speakers will not be answered during the public hearing. We will now open the public hearing. It is approximately 9:44 p.m. We will hear from anyone who wishes to speak. Madam City Clerk.
Stephanie Ligon, David McCamick, Treasurer Ortiz, Clementine Pina Bernal, and Renee. Stephanie Ligon, David McCamick, Treasurer Ortiz, Clementine Pina Bernal.
My name is Stephanie Liggins, and I'm a resident of Ward 4, and I stand in opposition to the increases from Burtec. I will not take up any more of your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David McCamick, business owner for 39 years in San Bernardino. I have a concern. At one time, the city had control of all the trash. It's one of the biggest moneymakers for the city. The city got rid of the trash. They sold out. Now Burtec, we're complaining about Burtec. My thing is, people on the diocese have to think, you know, when you're making a decision, what the long term is. The long term is what you reap what you sow. Number one. Number two, for another example, the fire department. They decided to get rid of the city fire department. They said it would be cheaper if we did. They closed 2 fire departments. They increased our cost per fire $147 a parcel. Number 3, the bus, East Street bus. So think about decisions when you make them, the long-term decisions when you make them, because you see the end results. This is what we see today. I have another thing too, is on number 5, the mayor wants to get
Excuse
some
me,
people.
sir, your comments are limited just to the public hearing item.
Only?
Yes, this is only for the public hearing.
Okay, well, I must conclude then, because I will be back.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Treasurer Ortiz, Clementine Piña Bernal, Renee, Mark Adelson.
Good evening, Mayor and Council again. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and I vehemently oppose this rate increase. One, it hurts the most economically challenged in our city. They may have shown what rates are per household, but in the last projection we saw is that those living in mobile home parks will actually receive $20 per month extra. I know for some they say maybe $10 per month is not that much, $120 extra a year. Well, let's calculate that out. The city of San Bernardino has roughly, what, 60,000 households? So that $10 a month, $120 per year is an extra $7.2 million in the pocket of Burtech. Now that seems a little unjust given the fact that they have received increases with 0 opposition regardless of any state mandate. They will not provide us any extra reciprocals. In fact, my understanding is they're going to be able to recycle this at centers and sell it for profit. Why would be taxed double? Why would they be allowed to make more money on top of the money that they're charging us? In addition, this city is not required to give them a 5-year extension. You had the option not to do that. Now, last year, we were sued by our tow truck companies, and we lost $1.3 million for not opening the bidding. And it was because elected officials took money from tow truck companies and decided to extend contracts. Theodore Sanchez has received $2,500 from Burtech, Sandra Ibarra $1,500, Juan $1,000, Fred $1,000, Mayor Tran $3,000, Ben Reynoso nothing, Kimberly Calvin nothing, Damon Alexander $3,500. These people politically contribute to you, and here you are with the ability to just hand them an additional 5-year contract without ever having to bid. And if you don't like your numbers, go look at your 460s. So here's the thing, do what's right by the people. Do not just foolishly hand our money over to a contractor when you could go out for a competitive bid and see who could do better. Do not just take money blindly and continue to sell this community to the highest bidders when you have no obligation to do so. The city of San Bernardino is not a rich city. The city of San Bernardino is in a billing year, coming out of COVID, coming out of loss, coming off of unemployment. Now, Burtech has a responsibility to make sure they adhere to their recycling for the state mandate. That is not the responsibility of the taxpayers to be sold out on that. So I ask you, please, take your time, reject this. This is unnecessary. And let's not forget, most of you didn't even know this was coming until December 7th, because Robert Field put this on the agenda. Burtech didn't even know it was coming. So let's just be fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk?
Clementine Piña Bernal, Renee, Mark Adelson, Leticia Alviso.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Clementina, actually. And Clementina Piña Bernal, yes, for the record. And I don't have to agree with exactly what like the lady just explained, because not everybody received the letter to begin. Second, it looks kind of tricky because if you guys look into the second box where it say delivered by hand, if you can, that address, the building is burned. I talked to some of my neighbors, they say, I already drove my letter and the address is not there. You know what? Not we all are smart using phones or Google it, all that kind of stuff. I Google it myself to find the new address, and I deliver my vote, my protest. I also took upon me to talk to some of my neighbors, and I just make one letter because with some of them, they say, I don't know how to write it. I don't know either, but I try my best. So hopefully it's gonna take, in consideration, because I have many signatures from my neighbors, from customers. A lot of them are elderly. They can go, they can walk. But you know what? This is so I don't know, it makes me angry because yes, I have to agree with them. 5 years ago, I paid $75, $90 with my trash. Now I pay over $100 plus my trash. You guys also put on our land or taxes the $148. Why? Because our city was on bankruptcy. You know what? We used to have only the Highway 30. Now we have 210. When I jump in, there is bumper to bumper. So a lot of commercial buildings are open. A lot of people move to the Inland Empire. I don't went to Harvard or any of those universities, but I know how to use a calculator. Obviously, somebody don't know how to make numbers because with all this population, we have a lot of taxes in the city. We have a lot of money coming in. So where the money goes, we don't know. How people get to, we have new welfare buildings that we don't need. We have airports like Amazon, that Valdivia ended up being the president. You know what I mean? I'm just asking where the money went, because we the citizens are the one paying. And for Mr. Sanchez, it's very, very disrespectful that he tried to cut off our time, because he have to remember that a lot of you guys' name, the posts went on our yards. And we take a lot more than just few seconds to go and vote for you. We put you where you are. You don't come by yourself. It was everybody else. So be respectful for us next time that you open your mouth.
Thank you.
Renee, Mark Adelson, Leticia Alviso.
Good evening. My name is Renee, and I'd just like to reject the proposal for the waste management. Also, just off the subject, I'd like to thank Abara. She comes to our neighborhood watch meetings with Lynn Ware at the Davidson Elementary School. And I had a problem with waste management. I talked to her about it after our meeting. She made a call because waste management would skip my trash can every other week. And I don't believe they need an increase in fees because they do a half job. If she hadn't never called, I would never have got my trash restored. And also, Councilman Alexander, thank you for attending our neighborhood watch meetings. Both of you have made a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
One more call for Mark Adelson. Hamid Gili, my apologies for mispronouncing your name. Miriam Nieto, Sandra Silazar, and Esmeralda Negrete.
Hello again, Council. Am I up next? Is that okay? All right. I want to say no to this proposal. So just because I just feel like the education around this item has not been there for the community. Specifically, I know in the 6th Ward right now where my mom resides, Bertic has not done a good job at providing for our community there. And I can assure you that our community, our neighbors don't even understand what this increase means. And they're also just thinking, what are we gonna do, right? Because economically speaking here in the city of San Bernardino, we are not providing those economic economic opportunities for people to really withstand those hikes of prices. I agree that you guys should really look into someone else if Burtech is not doing their job. I think that we have that strength. You guys have that strength in council, and mayor as representative, you guys can seek out for different resources that can really support our community and the economic that we have right now. I oppose it, and I hope that you guys take a better look at the education around that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Leticia Alvizu, last call. Okay, Hamid, Miriam Nieto, Sandra Silizar, and Esmeralda Negrete.
Madam City Clerk, Miriam already went up just now. Miriam, she just went up and
Okay,
spoke.
thank you. If everyone could please state their name for the record, thank you. Hamid? Oh.
Hamid, if you could come up to the podium. Can you press the mic, please? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry? Okay. We have the opportunity to talk, and you listen. And that's how we improve our future. Everybody talks. We get the best out of them. That's how we improve our lives in any type of organization, especially the education department, that they are deceiving our children by telling them the founder of Islam was Prophet Muhammad. Lies. The founder of Islam was Almighty God himself since day one. I'm going to talk about that later because I don't have time. JoinThePartyOfGod.com explains everything what happened.
Sir, we have to keep the comments to the trash rate increase.
Trash. How come people are so stupid to give in to their proposal that they can charge whatever they want? Gas, electricity, water, they have measurement. You use more, you pay more. Trash, the same thing. If I put the black one outside once a month, I have to pay only $2.20 because $26.42 per month, which they charge every 2 months, $52.84. You divide that by 4 Mondays, let's say, for example, comes to $6.60. And you divide that by 3, blue, black, green, comes to $2.20 each. And if I put 1 black every month, not other than those 2, only 1 trash can, I have to pay only $2.22. I mean, $2.20. They have to use some kind of measurement to charge. Not everybody is the same price. If I don't have any trash, then what? I have to pay? It's not fair. You people supposed to be the best up there. If you're not, get out. We get the best up there to work for the people. Homeless, rich, poor, everybody. What is missing is Almighty God in their hearts, because Jesus is not God. God is not a man. Jesus was created by God. You have to use your head. Don't deceive and don't be deceived. You got to educate yourself. Education is the key. Evil people, they disrespect you and they censor your message. JoinThePartyOfGod.com.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sandra?
Hi, my name is Sandra Siliasar. I'm a property owner in the city, and I'm here to oppose the rate increase from Burtech. In my opinion, the fact that the majority of the city council, including the mayor, The fact that they have received donations from Burtec, that should be a conflict of interest. And I don't see why it's not. So you should not vote this, you should not vote yes on this. You know, there's a lot of low-income people in the city, and the price of gas has tripled, and our water bill has gone up from the city. And if the water bill has like a usage chart, and even if your usage has gone down, the cost of water went up because the rates went up. So, you know, everyone in the city is paying more for gas. Everyone is paying more for water. It's actually sewer. If you look at your city water bill, we're paying a lot more for sewer on the water bill. So, you know, everyone in the city is going through hard times financially. Please do not, don't vote yes on this rate increase. It should be a conflict of interest. You shouldn't be taking donations from companies like Burtec. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Esmeralda Negrete.
Good evening, Council. For the record, I want to state that this is in opposition of the rate increase. However, just seeing the attendance here and the lack of involvement, no matter what, whether it's voting for anything, it's just not there. So I just don't see this being something that you receive 51% of the customers to let you know that they don't want to see any rate increase. But I do want to encourage you to perhaps, because I know Mayor Tran, you were great at putting in your campaign who endorsed you. All of you here have been great at putting who endorsed you. So perhaps the best thing that can happen is for all of you to advocate on behalf of the customers that Prop 18 was a failure for the consumer. I don't have a problem with Burtec. Burtec has been great at providing services. Mr. Burtec, your staff has been wonderful. There's no complaint here. And so perhaps the better venue, because it's not gonna happen, it's already in law, right? So all of you saying up there, whether you put it on your next door and close the comments or your Instagram that you will not vote, for this, it just makes you look good, that's it. And we all know that you're up for re-election. But can you really take the time to call Eloise Gomez-Reyes, to call Baca, all these people that you're showing around at the neighborhood association meetings, can you get in touch with them and say, you know what, this is a bill that you need to come to appeal this. This is impacting everyone. Can you help with that? It's already written. At least make that effort to write letters, to send those emails on behalf of everyone that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one ADA accommodation for Hardy Brown. I am submitting this written protest to the solid waste rate increase of $11.55 as outlined in Agenda Item 11 of the public hearing on February 15, 2023. Your current monthly rate is $26.42, and the proposed monthly rate is $37.97 per month, which is an increase of $11.55 per household, effective July 1st, 2023. Now, I am aware of what our state legislators are trying to do in SB 1383 with this new organic food waste program, but this increase with other increases over the past few years has reduced buying food for many citizens, especially seniors in the San Bernardino. In San Bernardino, we just raised taxes with Measure S, utility tax increase on electricity, gas, water, phone, cable, and state tax on gasoline. You are trying to solve the problem of homelessness or unhoused. This will only add to that problem as landlord increase the rent of those who rent. Let me share a few demographics of our city that you already know. We have a population of 220,813 with 10.8% being over the age of 65. And the senior population will increase to 11.9% by 2027. 26.1% of them have only Social Security as their income, while 15.5% of seniors are on private retirement plans. 7.6% households at 65 years of age live alone, and 16.1% have two couple living in the same house. San Bernardino median household income is $52,416 compared to $72,414 in surrounding areas. The average monthly Social Security payment in California is $1,696.13 per month, or $17,953.56 a year. It is lower in the Inland Empire communities because the wages are lower during our earning years. Our city population has 21.9% living below the poverty level. 23.6% households qualify for food stamps, and 31.8% households have someone with a disability. So take these facts into consideration before you vote. Look hard for alternatives to assist those who cannot pass the rate increase on to others. Thank you. Hardy Brown, a property owner of 2 residential properties.
Thank you, and I believe we have someone on Zoom.
Yes, but I just want to state for the record, Mr. Brown was notified that although he submitted a protest via email, it did not count, and it needed to be submitted in person, and he still wanted us to read his comment into the record. Okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then we will end with Karen Suarez. If you can please address the council. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Karen Suarez, resident of the 7th Ward. I'm sorry, I have my children with me in the background. I too am opposed to the rate increase. I do have concerns that we're increasing rates for our mobile home communities about in a little over $20. And it would be great to get some clarification from Burtech during their presentation. In addition, I just want to echo the sentiments of Mr. Hardy Brown, Senior. We work with a lot of residents who are on fixed incomes, and believe it or not, an extra $10, an extra $20 a month is really harmful for our families who are on fixed incomes. And so just really want you to consider, if this is something that has to pass, how can we use some of our Measure S funds to create utility support systems or funds that could help families to bridge the gaps? Unfortunately, as you know, wages are not increasing in our region or across the country at the pace that inflation is happening. And so, as previously mentioned, there's a lot of food insecurity, food costs have gone up. I think we should also consider a lot of families have turned to composting themselves and using their scraps, their food scraps, to create rich nutrients for their gardens. And we also see food scraps being donated to nonprofit organizations to support community gardens. So if that's happening and folks are not actually disposing as much food waste as we might see, how do we account for that instead of having a blanket rate increase in this area? So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, is there any other speakers? Seeing no others who wish to speak, I am prepared to close the public hearing. Before I do that, I would like to, I'm sorry, City Manager?
Yeah, Madam Mayor and members of the council, we have been informed that as a result of some of the speakers that have spoken tonight, that there's possibly an error in the process that was used for the notice. And so we're going to ask that you close this public hearing and that we reissue a notice for another hearing, a new hearing.
It's right here, if you'd like to see it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager.
So this is for clarification for the public out there. I just want to make sure that we didn't entirely meet every requirement from the 218 standard or the 218 law.
So Proposition 218 requires us 45 days before this hearing to provide adequate notice to individuals. That notice should tell them where they can deliver a protest, either by email, in person, or at this meeting tonight. There was testimony from a public speaker that the building to which they were directed on the public notice is not the building where the city clerk is located.
Wrong address.
Wrong address, used to be the correct address, but is no longer the correct address. We know of one speaker who came here tonight, but we don't know how many others might have gone to that location, and therefore it renders the public notice inadequate.
We're doing it all over again.
We have to begin all over again.
Okay, the public hearing. Thank you, ma'am. The public hearing is now closed at 10:11 p.m. I would ask the city clerk to provide, actually, we would have to, we would now have to go to the next agenda, right? Okay, because that's going to come back.
Does that need a motion and a vote? I'd make that motion.
Well, you won't be
No,
continuing it.
resend the
You have to
218 notice.
completely begin all over again.
So I make that motion.
We don't require a motion or second or voting for this, do we?
No, okay.
Okay.
If we continue a public hearing, we require that, but this is not continuing it. We're going to begin all over again.
We would have to start all over. Thank you,
again,
Mr. City Manager.
With the mayor city council updates.
I'm sorry?
We were with the mayor city council updates when we last.
I want to ask my colleagues if they would like to skip that mayor and city council update, or would you like to?
We have another public hearing. We should
have
be
another
doing the
public
next public hearing.
Okay, so I have a consensus to move on to the next item.
You have to.
For tonight's meeting, before we go to our next item, I'd like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Mr. John Magnus. He's the Senior Vice President at Hillwood Investment Properties, who passed away February 4th. Our hearts and prayers are with John and his family. Also, would like to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of the tens of thousands of who lost their lives in the past week in the horrific earthquake in Syria and Turkey. Moving on to presentation. Councilmember.
Mayor,
We have another public hearing?
I believe the consensus was to move on to
My
item 12.
apologies. So we have another public hearing. And this is for item number 12? Okay. I am opening the public hearing at 10:13 p.m. Could city staff provide a presentation on this item, please?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor, distinguished members of the City Council. Nathan Freeman, your Community Economic Development Director. Item number 12 before you this evening is simply your consideration of a resolution approving a vacation of a portion of East Drake Drive between East Central and East Mill Street, west of Foisey Street. Okay, I think we're working here. So as the council may recall, we've presented this item on a couple of occasions. Most recently, this came by way of an application from an adjacent property owner who was seeking to vacate this subject portion of the street for the purposes of adding that property to their site to make their site more developable. In September of 2022, the mayor and city council authorized staff to investigate and analyze the proposed street vacation. Shortly thereafter, in December of 2022, the mayor and city council authorized staff to proceed with tonight's public hearing. In January of 2023, the Planning Commission concurred with what you're receiving this evening, that the street should be vacated for the purposes of development. And so you can see on the map before you, it's a very small portion unused street. Again, half of that, should the city council approve, will be given to the adjacent property owners. As you can see, the proposed street vacation is consistent with the city's general plan. Again, the Planning Commission reviewed and concluded that the proposed vacation is categorically exempt from CEQA, and there will be no significant impact on the environment. All utility companies were notified. Frontier and Southern California Edison's easements will be preserved as part of this action. And the notice of this hearing was posted and published and mailed to surrounding property owners within 1,000 feet of the proposed vacation. With that in mind, that concludes my presentation, Mayor. If the Mayor or Council has any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Do we have any requests to speak? Does anyone wish to speak on this item? Councilmember Calvin?
Director Freeman, can you go back a couple slides for me, please? The picture. The picture. So are those actual homes right there adjacent to the blue rectangle?
Yes, they are.
And that's where a warehouse is going to go?
There is a proposed industrial development that is legally zoned for that site. I'd also like to add that all those properties, although they are residential, are all zoned industrial.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item?
We do not have any requests to speak for this item.
Thank you. I'm now closing the public hearing at 10:17 p.m. for deliberation and action. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Councilmember Charette moved. Councilmember Sanchez seconded. Madam City Clerk?
Yes, the digital voting is open. I can take a voice vote if it's preferred. Mayor, do you?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Nay.
The motion to approve passes 4-3 with Councilmembers Reynoso, Calvin, and Alexander voting in opposition.
Thank you. Do we have any more other public hearings? I don't see any, but I just want to make sure. Okay. We're going to go back to towards the beginning of the agenda, and we are moving to the presentations. Councilmember Alexander?
Yes. Can John Schollenberger meet me at the podium? Robert Porter and Julie Quezada and family. So we have Citizens of the Month for the 7th Ward. If I had to go one person at a time, I would go here to the next millennium because we have a lot of great residents of the 7th Ward, and I appreciate them. But first, we have Robert Porter, and we want to appreciate you, Robert. Come on forward here. Commissioner Robert Porter, where's the PIO? Where is he? He's usually taking pictures. Where's the PIO? Where's Jeff? You got it? As Damas. On behalf of the mayor and council, City of San Bernardino, we'd like to present you with Citizen of the Month honors for all that you do for the city of San Bernardino. It has not gone unheard that what you do for monuments and all that you've taken pictures and being out there in the public and the neighborhood association, Valencia Neighborhood Association and Paris Hill Association. We appreciate what you do, going out there in time and count, all that you do. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
John, President John. No, thank you. They can't hear me? Okay, when I step to the side, they can't hear me. This doesn't work. 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check, check. Right, right. Oh, I didn't even chance to talk. I'll let you talk.
Council member, if you speak to the mic.
Speak to the mic.
Viewers, yes.
Okay,
could hear,
President John,
hear
come
you.
on. One thing I like to say about all the recipients here is they all call. They all call me. They all call. They all are involved in their neighborhood associations. This is president. They all are involved in what they do, which is most important. They keep me informed of what's going on in their particular areas of their neighborhood because they're not all in the same area. They're all over the ward. So I'm going to take a little time and let you know. President John, they were having an issue with a mentally challenged individual. He got his neighbors together to address this particular issue and solve the issue. He keeps the police informed. He keeps me informed. And he's good for the community. What he said up here, he's not going anywhere. So I admire that. I do. Anybody that's going to stay here and continue to good fight, that's what we need, 10,000 of these citizens of the month in every neighborhood. So I appreciate you for keeping me informed, for helping the community on and on and on. So you're recognized as Citizen of the Month. Thank you very much for all that you do and continue to do, sir. Please. Congratulations. Oh, he's back.
All right, John.
Okay, Miss Julie. Now, Miss Julie has been around a long time, and that's just maturity. She's been in the public eye. When I first got elected, she, what do they say? You light up your phone? Is that it? Is that what they say? Well, that's what she did. She's always telling me, she's always keeping me informed. I truly, truly appreciate you doing that. I won't stop. And she won't stop. So I appreciate you doing all that you do for the community. Your family's here, so come on, family, get on up here, family. You guys are wonderful. Thank you so much for keeping me informed. Thank you for much what you do with your neighbors. Also, Miss Julie is also a person that keeps her little part of the neighborhood all together, all informed. They're over there by, can I say where you? Yeah. Over there by La Bodega. She's over there by the La Bodega liquor store, and she does a fantastic job. It's challenging over there in that neighborhood. It really is. But we do our best to continue to make it better. And once again, she's here. She could have went elsewhere, but she's here along with her family. And I appreciate your family for looking after your mom, grandmother, aunt, Tia. Is that right, Tia? Abuela. See, I know some Spanish. There we go. Thank you for doing all that, and thank you for all that you do. Thank you so much. Yeah. Make sure you get all the family. The family get it.
That's a lot of them. If I could say one thing.
One thing, go ahead. We're trying to get it right.
I am thankful that he does return the texts or the phone calls. He can't be everywhere, but we all have to be his eyes and ears, and everybody has to do that. And when he doesn't respond, yeah, I know something's wrong. I know he's busy, but you remind me a lot of Mr. Penman, where I called him, he'd always call me right back. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You take care. Thank you.
I have one more. Norma couldn't be here tonight because she doesn't drive at night. So I'm going to, Norma Baldwich, she's on Genevieve. She lives on Genevieve, and she keeps me involved and lets me know about things going on in that part of the neighborhood. And her lights, where's the Public Works Director? Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, them lights. Let's go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alexander. And again, congratulations to all the residents for being recognized. Moving on to appointments, Public Safety and Human Relations Commission appointment, Councilmember Fred Charette.
Move approval.
Can you turn on your mic and say it because they can't hear you from remotely?
I'll second.
So who moved?
I did.
Councilman Charette?
Second by Councilmember Figueroa. Okay, Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Let me think about it. Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously to appoint Mr. Carrillo to the Public Safety Commission.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please administer the oath of office to Mr. Carrillo.
Okay, in the interest of time, you've got 3 of these, so here. This is your third one. Junior, I'm appointing him to the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission. Was Citizen of the Month last month? No, you got one there. A couple of months ago. You were my commissioner for the redistricting, and you've done a lot for the 4th Ward and for the city at large, so I appreciate that very much, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for waiting tonight through all this. Thanks. Come on, come on. All right.
Okay.
All right. Oh, we got to swear him in?
Okay, can you? Okay, can you please state your name for the record?
Gonzalo Carrillo, better known as Junior.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which you're about to enter?
Mr. Carrillo, would you like a few words, or?
I just want to say thank you for the nomination. It's my honor to serve my city. I mean, I've been here 40 years, and I see a lot of good things, and I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part of what I'm seeing. With all the new nominations, with our council that got reelected, with a council that's looking to get together and join together, with a new mayor that's full of energy, with a new police chief, with a new city attorney. We've got a new homeless advocate. We got so many things. And you know what? We got a city that's got money. So now we can get to work and make this city what it should be and what it will be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to consent calendar.
Move approval.
I'd like to put item 3.
Any polls from council members?
Yes, item 3, please.
Any other polls? Just,
Second.
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Reynoso?
I'm over here. I'm Reynolds. You talking to Sanchez?
It was motioned and second, so, yes, so I'm calling.
That's correct. So motion by Councilmember Charette, seconded by Councilmember
Yes.
Reynoso.
For the balance.
For the balance.
Yeah, so barring item 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion to approve consent passes unanimously with the exception of item 3.
Councilmember Sanchez, item number 3.
Yes, former Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra pointed out something really interesting here. So there are 2 sites where this cleanup is going to happen. One is Pep Boys on E Street near downtown. The other is further down in the 3rd Ward. But Pep Boys, we're going to be doing crushing on site there. Just like we did the Mount Vernon Bridge, and just like we did with the 215 freeway when we fixed that. So I just want to note the fact that we kind of have a double standard here. It's an industry standard. It's a highly regulated practice of the industry. But I just want to remind everyone that we were all quietly about to vote for crushing on site, no questions asked. But because I know better, and I know that crushing on site is not bad, and it's good for the development, the healthy development of the city, I will be supporting it. So I make a motion to approve item 3.
Question.
Councilmember Calvin?
I just want clarification. Councilmember Sanchez, did you just state that we will be crushing on site at Pep Boys?
Yeah, if you take a look at the building, there's no way that they're going to take that in one piece, put it on a truck, and take it off-site before they take it apart. It's a pretty big building. There's thousands of metric tons of concrete there.
If I could just clarify, when the building burned down, obviously the concrete base still exists. That concrete base has to be broken up in order to be hauled away.
We'll be grinding that as well.
It will not be ground. It will be broken up.
Yeah, so that's the term that keeps on getting said. There's a major difference between grinding on site and crushing on site. And when they tore down the Mount Vernon Bridge on the west side, they crushed on site millions of metric tons of concrete. They're going to do that with the mall, and they're going to crush concrete at Pep Boys when we approve this contract.
I believe there is a motion and a second.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, wait, Councilmember Charette?
No, I had a question.
I made the second, I think. Yeah.
I just have a question. Based on our current ordinance, though, we're still allowed to crush on site?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood your question.
The crushing on site, I mean, the current ordinance that we have is that we don't allow for crushing on site.
We don't have an ordinance. We have a resolution that says there is no crushing on site within 1,000 feet of residentially zoned property. I would also point out that there's nothing in the code that allows for crushing on site currently, and staff has interpreted that as it is just not allowed. So what will happen on the Pep Boys site, very similar to any time a building burns down, the concrete base has to be broken up and hauled off.
Question. Are we using crushing and grinding interchangeably?
There is a difference between crushing and grinding. Grinding usually refers to the processing of that material on site for the purposes of a base. Crushing on site is synonymous, I would say, with breaking the concrete up to be hauled off to another location where it can be processed and potentially reused.
I wish I didn't have to correct you, but I do. So grinding on site is not that. Grinding on site is when you have a concrete layer. I mean, they do this on the freeway, and there's a rotating disc with diamond-studded rotating disc that flattens out the concrete surface. They do this on the freeway so that when you're going 80 miles an hour, you don't suddenly fly off the freeway. That is what grinding on site is. And it happens, it's different because one is meant to break down the concrete, the other is meant to flatten it out. That is what grinding on site is. And people have said grinding on site. Grinding on site is not what's happening up in Oxbow. It's not what's happening at the Carousel Mall or the Mount Vernon Bridge or Pep Boys. That is crushing on site.
Or when streets are repaved.
I just want to, Mayor, if
Or
I
when
can.
streets are
Council members,
repaved also.
please. One at a time, because that, you're just jumping in, please.
Mayor, I'd also just like to
do we have
remind
any
you, Mayor.
further- I'm sorry?
Just like to remind council, mayor and council, to look at the topic that we're discussing and to determine whether we're within the parameters of the Brown Act for purposes of the conversation and the item.
Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. Any further questions about the item before us? Item number 3.
I think I've made my motion. I mean, Councilmember Figueroa, you had something you want to say. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm ready to vote on. Okay.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Calvin voting in opposition.
Thank you. Moving on to discussion items. Number 9, could we begin with staff's presentation?
Thank you, Mayor, council members. For tonight's presentation, Chief Deputy City Clerk Talisha Lopez will be providing that to you tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. On June 1st, 2022, the City Council requested staff provide a presentation on ranked choice voting. As the elections official, the City Clerk's office has prepared a presentation on what ranked choice voting is, how it works, and to get direction from Council regarding ranked choice voting. Ranked choice voting is a method of tabulating votes that allows voters to rank their preferred choices. In the initial vote count, if a winner is not determined, then a runoff is triggered. The last place option is eliminated, and the voters of that last place option have their votes applied towards their next choice. To give an example of how this system works, a diagram of 4 possible lunch options has been included. With this process, the voter will receive a ballot with available options, and they can select their desired options, in this case, ranking them 1 through 4. When the votes are tallied, we look to see if the choice gets a majority vote. If that is not the case, then the option with the lowest votes received is eliminated. Those votes are redistributed to the voter's second choice. This process will continue until a winner is determined to have a majority vote. And so if you look at the slides, we just show how 4 different options would be ranked. And then this would be the vote breakdown. There are common questions that arise with ranked choice voting, which include the following. Sorry. Do some voters get more than 1 vote? No. In the final round, your vote will only count for 1 candidate. How are votes counted with ranked choice voting? Votes are tallied to determine a winner by a majority vote of 50% plus 1. Do all candidates need to be ranked? No. Voters can rank as many or as few candidates as they choose. Will ranking candidates hurt the chances of the voter's preferred candidate? No. Votes will only count for other candidates if the primary choice is eliminated. Does ranked choice voting adversely affect minority communities? Studies have been inconclusive. Some show lower voter turnouts due to the process being confusing. Others show an increase in the turnout in minority communities, resulting in more minority and women candidates prevailing in elections. Ranked choice voting is not a new concept. However, there are limited jurisdictions that hold elections under ranked choice voting. There are 16 states that allow ranked choice voting, including California. Within California, there are 7 municipalities that use ranked choice voting. The city of Albany in Northern California and the nearby city of Palm Desert in Riverside County implemented ranked choice voting for the November 2022 general election. The cost to the city of Albany was estimated at $89,000, and the cost to the city of Palm Desert was estimated at $517,000. The disparity in the estimates is due to the city of Albany having cost-sharing opportunities with 3 other cities in Alameda County that use ranked choice voting. The city of Palm Desert is the only municipality in Riverside County that operates under ranked choice voting system, and they bear all the costs associated with the system, including the costs that are incurred by the county to consolidate their election. Historically, the cost of holding an election for the city of San Bernardino were as follows. It's $77,024 for the 2022 primary, $96,528 for the 2020 general election. For the 2022 primary, the city paid $73,764, and we're awaiting the invoice for the 2022 general election. The city has historically consolidated municipal elections with the county registrar of voters. Should the city move towards ranked choice voting, our request to consolidate the election would need to be approved by the county. The city would be responsible for the standard election cost incurred and absorb any associated and fees in implementing ranked choice voting. The registrar of voters would need additional licensing software for their voting machines to hold ranked choice voting. The county registrar of voters would not provide an estimate to consolidate ranked choice voting elections at this time. If the city chooses to adopt the ranked choice voting system, the county could potentially deny a request to consolidate the election. Should the county deny the city's request to consolidate the election, this will require the city to hold a standalone election, which could be entirely vote by mail. The cost alone to rent the equipment is $105,900 per election, and this does not include the fees to hire an elections consultant to oversee the process. Or the city can take additional steps to hold a standalone election, a standalone in-person election. It will require renting or purchase equipment, hiring a consultant, hiring poll workers, and identifying and securing polling locations, which could result in well over $500,000 in costs. Ranked choice voting would require a charter amendment because the charter currently indicates that we will consolidate our election and the state primary and the state general election. The city council would need to approve a charter amendment by December 6, 2023 for it to appear on the March 2024 primary ballot. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do any members of the council wish to discuss or have any comments?
Councilmember Ibarra has requested to speak.
Oh, Councilwoman Ibarra?
Thank you, Mayor. Talisha, on the report of your findings, those cities that already do the ranked choice voting, were you able to see the voter turnout differences between regular voting and ranked choice voting? Did it improve drastically, or?
So the cities that currently participate in California have done so for multiple years, so they don't have as much information on it. So say, for instance, the city of Oakland, San Leandro, and
Palm Desert.
Well, I apologize, we didn't get any information from Palm Desert or from Albany after the 2022 general election that just took place.
Okay. I know I have another question, but I wanted, see, the thing for me, and this is something that some of the speakers mentioned, there definitely has to be a lot of education involved with ranked choice voting. Looking at the diagram you provided, thank you very much, about the tacos and pizzas. So for those who don't see it, you have this little diagram here, and you would select who would be your first choice, second choice, third, and fourth, right? But what if a voter selects all first in the first column, first choice? Like, how would those votes be counted? And that's something that we need to really look into as far as education. We have, the Women League of Voters that are willing to help us. And my thing is, I don't want to confuse voters. I want them to know how to vote when it comes to voting, and I want to encourage them to come out to vote. I know the argument was that this would consolidate into one vote election cycle instead of the two, the primary and the general. So yeah, I think we need to do a little bit more research on this, as on my perspective, and I'm thinking of the voters, especially in our city. We usually get a 10% voter turnout in general. And so I want to see how much more this can benefit our city. If we can follow up with another, maybe invite women voters, the League of Women Voters, to do a presentation on their end, that could also help the city. Those are my comments only. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Any other comments? Councilman Reynoso? Oh,
Yeah, so ranked choice voting, we do need, I agree, there needs to be more public education on it. But I've seen it in action. I've actually taken the time to kind of look into it. My cousin is actually is distant, but Antonio Reynoso is the Brooklyn Borough president, and I got to watch that election, and it was ranked choice. And all it does, the main thing is that it makes it all into the general election. You take away a lot of things the community complains about, like lobbying power, when you have a special election and then a runoff for people to donate. But you have the opportunity to see your first and second candidate potentially end up the final candidates. And the way that it was explained, I appreciate the pizza chart. I would have appreciated if you went blank, first through fourth, and then like elimination. How it shows like the least candidate would be eliminated, but then their second choice becomes their first option. So like the second candidate, it's confusing even explaining it, right? But the second candidate, votes continuously get moved over and over and over by themselves without you having to re-vote. It would be like my first and second options are chosen, and then I just put it out there. And then at the end of the day, like for example, a lot of people on this dais probably wouldn't have had to go to a runoff because you would have been somebody's first and second choice, and that translates to ultimately a lot of people's first choice overall. And so I'll take a shot in the dark, and I'll motion to approve it. But I don't expect any support because I've done some research on this, and we have to be able to step away from what's been when there are examples of things that work better. In a society like this, it's democratic, we're trying things. This thing's an experiment. Society is not, this is not a full-on democracy. This is an experiment, and in that same vein, I would like to motion to approve this.
Councilmember Sanchez, did you have a question?
Yes, two things. First of all, and it's not often that our city clerk gets interviewed here, but she's going to be our resident expert on how those, if we were to go with ranked choice voting, let's say council puts it on the ballot, people of San Bernardino vote for it, will the county still be, can we still contract with the county to conduct that ranked choice voting?
We can potentially. There's 3 different options that Talisha outlined in the staff report. When you call an election as your meeting body, you also adopt a resolution calling for the Board of Supervisors to consolidate the elections. They can deny our request to consolidate, and so that would lead the city to have to perform a standalone election. That would require either a vote by mail or a standalone in-person election.
Coming at a significantly higher cost because we don't have economies of scale.
Upfront costs would be significantly higher.
Okay.
Because we would have to we would have to put out an RFP for a consultant. We would also have to rent or purchase the equipment. There's
The voting equipment, we'd have to purchase that.
rent or purchase.
Okay.
There's the option to rent or purchase.
Okay.
There's also annual ongoing costs associated with that. If we were to do a standalone election,
Yeah.
that's in person, we would take on the responsibility of identifying and selecting polling locations, the polling workers and training. So there's a lot more.
There's an
to it.
extensive, and would we be the first city to do ranked choice voting in the county?
In San Bernardino County, yes, and that's part of the reason why our cost, should the county, either way, should the county choose to consolidate our election or we go standalone, our initial cost would be more. If more cities were to move towards ranked choice voting, then we could follow Alameda County's example where the costs are distributed amongst the cities that do participate in ranked choice voting.
Have we had any preliminary conversations with the county about this? Do we know if they'd be receptive to it?
We would have to continue discussion with them. If the message to us was if the council chose to vote in that direction, they could potentially give us a estimate. But like Talisha noted in her staff report, they do require licensing for the equipment that they currently own.
It's going to be pretty extensive. It's going to require a lot of foundation creating. So the second thing is, if the people out there, like some of the public comments have been, people are so gung-ho about this, to get it onto the ballot, all it would take is a petition signed by what portion of the voting population of the city?
I can't recall that information right now. It's
We do
information I
at the city, state level. We can get, a petition can go around successfully meeting the threshold, and it would end up on the ballot. So it can happen without council action.
Yes.
But it has the equivalent result of getting this charter amendment on the ballot. So if that option is open to us, then, I mean, I really do think that if there really is an upswell, a groundswell for that sort of support, then I think the people should bring that forward. And look, the state has had an inclination towards petitions, because it really is it's a groundswell. So if in fact San Bernardino is fertile ground for a ranked choice voting, then that'll come through on a petition. So I will not be supporting Councilmember Reynoso's motion.
I'd like to actually rescind my motion. I think there's an appetite here, Charles, is there an appetite for a workshop on this? You guys don't even want to hear anything about it? Yeah, but it could be something else. Well, it's up to the discretion of the council, of course. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for a workshop on ranked choice voting to happen in the near future. If anybody's open to that.
Second.
Council members, I think we need to first look at what's on the agenda, right, Madam City Clerk? Right now is receive or file, or?
To receive and file or provide direction to staff.
So there's a motion by Councilmember Reynoso to have a workshop. Seconded by Councilwoman Calvin. Councilman Charette, do you have a question?
No, I don't have a question. I want to make a comment.
Would you like to make a comment?
Yes, I would like to.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't know if you recognized me or
No,
just asked me.
I recognize
Thank you very much. No, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to make a comment. I've been voting probably longer than anybody in this room, and it has always seemed to work. This seems quite confusing. It does seem like it's not a groundswell of people doing this, and it's my understanding that even some of the cities that have tried it realized that it really wasn't as good as they thought. I think we've gone, I think this is beyond our control. This goes back to elementary school, where our schools, I think, are failing us in not teaching democracy and teaching the importance of voting. And we, as a society, have not done a good job of getting people to get out and vote. They're very apathetic, and I've always agreed with going to the polls. Certainly there are people that have a legitimate reason to be absentee voters, but it's become kind of the lazy way to do it. Just become a permanent absentee and everyone gets in. And of course in California, now everyone is an absentee voter. They send an ballot to everybody. I don't support it at all. I'd like to go back to the days when it was really exciting to get up in the morning and go to the polls. And the polls are open at 7 in the morning. They stay open until 8. I don't know a lot of people that during that period of time can't get to the polls and or request an absentee ballot and go ahead and mail it in. But we're starting, have we started voting for 24 yet? I mean, are we going to start early voting for the president in 2024, like in the next week or two? Because it seems like it gets earlier and earlier and earlier every time. And I think it's such a privilege to vote and live in this country, that those people that don't take advantage of it, that's their problem. And I just don't see this at all. And if you want to have just one election, the Charter Committee had an opportunity. We didn't have to have a primary and a general. We could have just gone with a general winner take all in November. We don't have to have a primary. And I think there were some flaws in what, with all due respect to the committee that worked very hard and very diligently on giving us a new charter. They left a lot of things undone and things that we're having to deal with now. And I'm kind of tired of us. Shall we send cars to pick people up to vote? How easy can we make it for people to participate in this wonderful country that we have and a representative government that we have? I'm tired of just people being so lazy and so busy and so can't do it and don't get engaged. Oh, not in my backyard and not for me, and you do it, and then come and complain. They don't vote, and then they come and complain about what we're doing up here, or they didn't vote for us, but they want to tell us how to do everything. So I don't support this at all. I don't think I ever will. And I don't support a workshop for us. The workshop has to be for the public to understand this. We understand it well enough. Are you proposing a workshop for the entire city, for the entire electorate? That's what needs to be done. We need to have an education, and that's going to cost money. There's going to be there's going to be a campaign run to change the charter. Then it sounds to me like we can change the charter, and then we're on the hook for it if the county lets us down and says, no one else is doing it, you're the only one's going to do it, so you do it on your own. Then we're looking at $500,000 to make it easy for everybody, which I don't think it's making it easier anyway. So I've probably said enough. I'm pretty passionate about this. It's voting, it needs to be taken a little more seriously. And I think we need to be promoting the idea of the privilege it is to be able to vote. And that's not happening. And we're just making it easier and easier and easier for people to be lazier and lazier and lazier.
Mayor, just a point of clarification. The county could choose to continue consolidating our elections. However, we would absorb all the costs. We would have our regular election costs and in addition absorb any cost related to ranked choice voting because we would be the only city participating in ranked choice voting.
Thanks for the clarification. I didn't state it properly, but the same result. It's the same result. It's going to cost us more in the end, and the county really has our fate in their hands, and we need to rely on them. And they're not looking like they're real anxious for San Bernardino, the city of San Bernardino, to do this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Any other comments? There is, can you call for the votes, Madam City Clerk? I believe we have a motion and a second.
It's a motion by Councilmember Reynoso, second by Councilmember Calvin, and this is to hold a workshop on ranked choice voting. Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No, and I won't participate in the workshop either.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander? I'm sorry, Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
This is just a workshop, right?
Yes.
Aye.
Okay, the motion to hold a workshop passes 4-3 with Councilmembers Sanchez, Figueroa, and Mayor Pro Tem voting in opposition.
Thank you.
Yeah, really. Well, that's not that important.
Moving on into our next discussion item, number 10. Could we begin with staff's presentation?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, this item was agendized back in January the 18th of this year with the direction to have staff go look at and examine the appropriate level of staffing for this body. Our analysis really looked at two major factors in our consideration. One was the unique and diverse nature of this community and the historical high level of involvement and participation by the councils and their supporting staff. The second was the historical staffing levels that the council has had over the last 15, 20 years. At its high point, the staffing for the mayor, for example, was up of 6 staff members. At its low point, it was 1. For council, it's consistently been in the neighborhood of 4, although after the bankruptcy it dropped. And so what staff has proposed here really is based upon what we've seen as the heavy engagement involvement by this council. And so what we've recommended here is that the staffing be brought back from the council to the historical level of 4 across the board. And for the mayor, brought back adding 2 additional people, not quite to the 6 level that it has seen or to the number 4 that it's been at times. This is a recommendation that we are bringing back to you. We recognize that in the end, the council is the best determinant of how many staff you desire and need. So really, it's up to you. But we looked at the history, as I said, and determined that you can bring it back to that level if that meets your needs. And there's also so it ends up being 2 for council and 2 for the mayor, with the position in the mayor's office, one being reclassified from that executive assistant to a mayor 2, or assistant to the mayor. But the total number still is going to be 3, and for the council, from the current 2 to 4. And in each add-on, there is a supervisor. One of those positions would be a supervisory position to ensure that in the council's case, you have a fair allocation of the resources among council members, and also to ensure that the employees' actions, their day-to-day administration or operations are consistent with all city policies and guidelines so that we don't run into an issue there. I would also remind you that even with these additions, it does not change the ordinance so that all of these employees, assuming you add them, would still be under the ultimate direction of the city manager's office. Again, to ensure some consistency in terms of how they are supervised. So with that, I'm opening it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Any questions? Councilmember Charette?
Thank you. I certainly have comments on it. Charles, with all due respect, we're talking about historical stuff, which is prior to the change of the charter.
That's correct.
And the charter reduced, it's been mentioned here earlier by a public speaker, that the mayor's responsibilities have been significantly reduced from the charter. I've worked when, indeed, the mayor's office, even under the old charter, had only 1 person in the office, and that person was a volunteer. That person was not being paid because it happened to be his son and nepotism didn't allow. So how they were arranging finances, I don't know. But that was a long time ago, and it also was done after, because when I first came to work or came on council, Mayor Morris had, I think, 4 or 5 staff members, without a doubt, maybe 6, whatever. And then through the attrition, because of bankruptcy and what other things, he was down to actually 1. Then we had Kerry Davis come on board. He got a chief of staff, but the chief of staff was a business, and the council, in their infinite wisdom, did not renew the contract for that particular business. So he did not have a chief of staff any longer, and I don't remember exactly how but I know that he was in favor, Kerry Davis was in favor of changing the charter, and I don't remember exactly what his position was on the actual mayor's position. But he was certainly in support of changing the charter, and I believe in eliminating the position to make it a council manager form of government, and was actually going to end his career as a mayor because he thought that was the best form of government. We've talked about a lot of things tonight here, and what we haven't talked about is the crime issue. We haven't talked about the homeless issue particularly. We haven't talked about the downtown development that's so critical. We haven't talked about the infrastructure. We're talking about ranked choice voting and staffing for the mayor. So many people came before and said, yeah, we need more people to get more work done. Well, then let's take whatever funds we're talking about here and let's put them towards police officers or more code enforcement officers or more employees that are on the street doing this. I do not support this. I do believe, though, that, and if you do the math, you're adding 2, which would be 3 to the mayor's office, correct? No. There's already 1 there. You add 2, so that'd be 3. That's 3-to-1 support for somebody whose job really is important but under the new charter is the responsibilities are significantly reduced. And then you take and add 2 to the council, that'd be 4. And that ratio is 1.75 to 1. And yet, I believe that we are attending more meetings than the mayor. The mayor may be attending the meetings, but isn't necessarily required to. That's the idea of the ward system, is that we're out there meeting in our wards. And I just have a real problem with the financial end of it. I think we should be putting our finances in other directions and staffing. Certainly under the new charter, I don't see the need. I'm supportive of keeping the 1 administrative assistant or whatever the title is. And I do believe that that the council, because we just experienced it, we've only got 2 people, and we had an emergency situation where we were down to 1 person. I called today and couldn't get someone on the phone. And I think that no one should call that council office and not have someone pick up that phone. But 1 person can't do that. They go to the bathroom, they go to lunch, they're helping somebody else, they're on a phone call. So I do believe that the staffing in the council office needs to be increased. I would suggest that we start with 1 additional person on a very low level to free up Valerie and Cheryl to do other things that are a little bit more involved and maybe have, I don't know if we use this term anymore, receptionist. That's probably an illegal term to use these days. But somebody that's there that is really kind of doing some filing, doing some kind of, what I'll say, some lower level or kind of mundane things that our staff has to do, and then also support 7 council members. So I think we probably need 2 more, but I would suggest that we leave the mayor's office as it is, and that we, for the time being, add one person to the council office. That's my motion.
Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, just again, a point of clarification. My comment that I ended my presentation on was, at the end of the day, it's really up to you and the council to make your determination. You're absolutely correct, though, in terms of the council staffing. Very recently, not only did we have 1 person, I think, on vacation, but another one out. So you had 0 staff over in the council's area. And so we had to when I say we, the city manager's office backfill for that. So clearly there's not enough support there. But also the mayor's office, there's 1 authorized staffing, but that person has been out and in the process of being leaving the city. So we've been backfilling that, and we've got to fill that one. Yeah, yeah. I'm just. Yeah.
That's simple.
Thank you, Councilman Charette. Any other council member comments? Because I do have comments. Councilmember Ibarra, then Councilmember Calvin, then Councilmember Alexander.
Thank you for bringing this before us. As some of our speakers did point out, these were, according to the information we have here, the last revised date was November 2011. I think if anything, we should bring back other titles with other salaries, because I'm looking at I don't know where this was on the packet, but it says essential duties and responsibilities, and some things that I noticed that are not pertaining anymore to the staffing needs. It says meet with a wide variety of stakeholder groups and their representatives to represent the mayor's office and or build support agreement, participation and partnerships, administrative policy and legislative analysis. As assigned, represents the mayor's office and works closely with city council members, appoints boards and committees, legislators, and public and private officials to gain public political support. And then there's one that currently is being covered under the city manager, which is item number 4, receives, researches, and formulates actions to respond to and or resolve constituent complaints. With the new charter that we have, a lot of the complaints that we have from our constituents get directed to the city staff. The city manager is the CEO of the city staff. Our job is mostly legislative, so I think, if anything, we need to find new titles for these positions. And then the last item here, item number 5, represents the mayor in meetings, interactions with the media, civic. We have our current PIO under the city manager's office already. And of course, my colleagues pointed out, you know, our mayor does attend meetings. Our mayor usually attends regional board meetings. Their power is to also vote when we appoint city clerk, city attorney, and city manager. It's mostly ceremonial, chief spokesperson. Our city mayor, like the city council, they do travel to conferences like us. They sign all the ordinances that we approve here as a council. But it says here, the mayor shall have no administrative appointment or removal powers except as otherwise provided in this chapter. And I feel some of this description that they have here is pretty much doing the work that our city manager is already doing and their staffing. So if we can work on that as well, and to mention the salaries, because in fact, we did bring down our mayor's salary, and you know, some assistant to the mayor is making between $101,000 to $123,000 a year. We haven't had them since, when was it? Carrie Davis, I want to say, since before the charter, right before the charter. So yeah, we just have to, you know, look for alternate titles with alternate salaries. And I do remember that when I came on board as an elected official, the city council office did have four staff at one point. One of them got moved to the mayor's office, and the other one retired. And right now we have our 2 ladies that, you know, that are helping us. They do a great job, but they're also close to retirement. And that's what I was thinking. If we have 2 others under the city council office, they can learn what our current staff is doing, at the same time also assist the city mayor's office for when her assistant isn't there. So I'm looking at possibly having 2 additional positions filled that we don't have currently. That will be, that's good.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ibarra. Mr. City Manager?
Respond to the questions and concerns. We are guided by the council's adoption of our classification plan, which includes the job descriptions. So we're not at liberty staff to change that. I think it was lasted up in 2016, I believe. Yeah. So, but we can, with council direction, we can go back and modify any of the job descriptions or pay classification system at the council's direction. But right now, we are honoring the existing system that was set up. That doesn't mean we can't change it. If the council so directs us, we take a look at it and bring it back.
This is a good start, though.
Yeah.
Because I know when we just approved the salary tables at the last meeting, these positions were in there. So we're increasing these salaries continuously without having them filled. So.
Ms. City Clerk?
Yes, just a point of clarification. There was a public speaker tonight, Treasurer Ortiz, that provided, along with her comment, the job descriptions. I'm not sure if that's the item. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, yeah. Yes, it is.
This wasn't part of your
No.
This was.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council? Oh, what? Let me acknowledge Councilwoman Calvin.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Thank you, staff, too, for bringing that report. I totally appreciate that as well. What I do know is that as the city continues to move forward and we gain more business interests and we are needing to be in more places, that it is important that we all have the proper staffing that we need. That is definitely critical here. But what I would like to suggest is that it does appear to me, though, that oftentimes the council office, whereas we know why the mayor's office is in the staffing condition that it is, but we also then recognize that with the change of the charter, what is necessary for the mayor's office to have, considering the roles. What then has remained the same is that the council's office has needed more staffing and has not been able to receive that. And that is with each council member becoming much more engaged and attending many more conferences and having more duties that we have to have. In all actuality, our positions are part-time but need to be considered full-time. That being said, I would like to then see that the council office does receive 2 additional staff persons. We are aware that Ms. Valerie and Ms. Cheryl are probably closer to retirement than when they started. So, and we appreciate all that they've done, but I do believe that we need to be preparing for their departure, which means that type of insight needs to be taking place right now as to how we're not just going to put someone in those positions, but we're going to allow them to be here and be present underneath their training and their tutelage so that they will be able to assist us, with the greatest of expertise. I do believe that the one position that the mayor's office does currently have, and we will be fixing that, the situation will be remedied, correct? That then I think that one more person needs to be in that office. I know how it is being out in the public and you needing someone to take a note for you, or you're needing somebody to grab something. Like I wish that I had that in the public. It is very difficult to address the public, to be in a meeting or at a conference or anywhere and have all of those tasks to try to handle at one time while I'm trying to have a conversation with someone of interest. So I do fully understand that. So that would be my recommendation, is that we then, the current position, and I'm not really understanding why the reclassification is needed of that position.
Yeah, in order to minimize or reduce the overall impact of the dollars, we looked at the feasibility of reclassifying or downsizing, if you will, one position while bringing on the others. And so we're trying to offset the costs and make it as cost efficient as possible.
I understand. Thank you so much for that answer. So am I also then to understand that, and are we able to onboard positions as needed? For instance, in year 2 or 3, if the job, we see that that person is needed, we're able to onboard at that particular time, correct? Yes. And so these 4 positions are of a mayor's office past, as you mentioned, right? So they're on the books still.
They're in our system. They're in our
system.
They're not funded. They're listed, but not funded.
Right. Okay. So then that means that we are able to do that going forward if we find that the mayor's office does need that assistance some more.
That's correct.
Thank you so much.
I'll second the motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Figueroa?
Member Charrette's motion Councilmember Schratt, you want to repeat your motion?
Am I going to get a second to, or are we just going to
No.
go straight to the motion?
Please allow Councilmember Alexander to speak, please. Thank you.
So thank you for the report. I appreciate it. I look at this, and I've been keeping tally of what the council members have been saying across add, subtract, do it. Councilmember Ibarra said 2 for city council. Councilmember Schratt said 1 addition for city council. Councilmember Calvin said 2 for city council. Am I correct in that?
1 for mayor.
And 1 for mayor. Councilmember Schratt didn't say any, you didn't add any addition to the mayors, right? And Councilmember Ibarra, you didn't address that issue at all. So I don't know anything there to make sure it's clear on the city clerk's side. As far as what I'm concerned is we need to add additional staffing to the city council side of office, but I would like that city council, as we are policymakers, we have no policymakers in our council, in our staffing. So everything comes, we can't address our issues that we bring forward. We can barely keep track of them now through the city manager's office. So what I'm trying to say is that if we have a management analyst or a policy-making writer body in the city council, so there's Ms. Weeks, Ms. Ventoria, and then a supervisor and a writer, a policy writer or a management analyst that writes staff reports that sits in our office that we can address, that we don't have to go through the city manager's office, that we can just say, hey, how's that, whatever it might be. So for instance, future items to be considered, and we say, send it forward. We all vote on it. That comes from the city council's office. And you can just make a phone call or come into office, and then we just get that particular information instead of going around to the city manager's office. So that's what I'm looking for, one person. When we up our number of bodies, have that person in the city. Because right now, the way it is, when we have staff reports, it comes from staff, and it's like the tail wagging the dog, and it's been that way forever. We have to change the way we think and the way we do business, and this is just a small way to do that. So I just want you guys to think about it. So I agree with the 2 people in the city council's office, but one needs to be a policy person, somebody that we can work with. And then 1 for the mayor's office, obviously, at least 1 for the mayor's office, then revisit in a year, maybe give her 2. That office, excuse me, not the gender, but that office too. So I'm good with 2 and 1.
I have a question.
Councilmember Calvin, did you have a question? Councilmember Ibarra?
Okay, Mr. City Manager, just to confirm, I think right now in our city mayor's office, we have Rebecca and Renee, right? We just haven't.
No.
Correct, she's on the books, but we don't have anybody in that position right now, the second person. Okay.
Council members, I'd like to have an opportunity to speak.
No, for the mayor's office.
I'd like,
Right now, you currently have 1 person that's budgeted, and that person, I think effective this week, will likely be leaving the city, and then we're in the process, and we're refilling that position.
Okay, for that, then, if there's only 1 right now for the city mayor, we can add another 1.
So you want
So
2
I'm
for the
okay
mayor?
with 2 for the council and 1 for the mayor.
Second.
Additional from what we have.
Point of order, council members, I would like
wanted
an
to have
opportunity to speak, please.
sure, go ahead. I just would like one quick more question about this staff report. Where's the survey?
Council member, can I jump
Go
in,
ahead.
then I will call you. So I recognize your concerns because what has transpired in the mayor's office. I recognize that, but we are in 2023. We have an opportunity to move our city forward, and I recognize the need of the office and the need of the organization to move the city forward. And I have to tell you, every space that I enter, when they ask who do I need to speak to, and I say there's no staff, the response, there's a lot of work that needs to happen in this city. I'm not going in to just create a robust staff. I'm creating momentum, progress for our city, from the mayor's office to work collaborative with the council office to work collaborative with the staff. This is based on needs, and I just expressed that to you. And so, and as far as the current position that's there, it's the executive assistant to the mayor. I looked at the current salary classification, or the current classification, see where it best fit for the need of the office. Assistant to the mayor position makes more sense because of the flexibility, not just secretarial, but the ability to do more than just secretary. That's how I saw that reclassification. Well, secretary.
You can't use that word anymore.
No, you can't. I remember I was the secretary and it got reclassified to executive assistant. I understand that. So it's one of those things where I just ask that I have support as the newly elected mayor, going to this office, trying to create progress, collaboration, and just really, truly moving this city forward. That's all I want for the city. Not to have all about, salaries or benefits. It's having an effective team to move the city forward. So all I'm asking was just that support. If I fail you, then take it away. But what I'm...
That doesn't happen in government.
Council member. But that I just want to have an opportunity to speak to you on that. And if you want me to grow small, then at least 2 positions, assistant to the mayor. So that way, and I have to tell you, as a spokesperson of the city, going out into the community, 62 square miles, the amount of work that needs to happen from an elected body, working with the community, working with our partners, is great. That's all. Councilmember Charette?
Yeah, I started to ask, normally in a situation like this, we get a survey of surrounding communities, and I'd like to know if, in fact, we did get a survey of surrounding communities, like what some of these within the city of San Bernardino or adjacent to us, that would be Fontana, maybe Ontario, Colton, Rialto, Redlands. I would like to know what kind of staffing those agencies have for their mayors and council. Has that survey been done?
Yeah, we did, Council.
Where is it?
We have it, but in looking at it, we can give it to you, but what we found was that it was all over the place, and it was really based upon...
Charles, I appreciate that, but I'd like to make that analysis. Sure. I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it, and I don't know why it wouldn't be in the report.
Okay, we're more than happy to provide it to you.
But why wouldn't it have been part of the backup?
We can get it for you, but in looking at it, it was simply the fact that you had, for example, Riverside had 14.
I'm not talking about Riverside. That's
saying,
a separate county. I'm talking about cities in the San Bernardino County,
right.
And if you take the county, for example, they don't have an elected leader. They've got 5 districts and a CEO. What makes us different than all the rest of the cities in this county and the county itself? What makes us so different?
Well, because you guys historically have been very active. Neighborhood services, the council is a lot more involved in terms of the community and outreach that you've done, neighborhood services.
Oh, Charles, I beg to differ. Let's call up some of our colleagues in Rancho Cucamonga or in Riverside, not Riverside, but in Redlands, and let's see what those council members, you're suggesting they do less than we do, that we do more?
The diverse needs and uniqueness of this city, the council has been very active historically here.
Well, you can tell I don't support this. I support the idea of, I think the council deserves some additional staff because I don't like calling my office and getting either a message or nobody there at all. And so I've suggested 1. Certainly, I think 2 is probably reasonable. But I think I would direct everybody to go back and look at that charter and understand a manager-council form of government.
Councilmember, thank you. But we also have to be mindful that leaders do need support staff in order to lead effectively. You cannot lead alone. And I'm just going to say that as why we need to establish a an appropriate support staffing level that will help us as elected body to be effective for this city.
Then let's get us all two.
Motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, motion.
What's the motion?
Madam City Clerk?
I need clarification for the record. Are you recognizing Councilmember Figueroa's motion to Councilmember, second to Councilmember Charrette's motion?
No.
It was Councilwoman Ibarra's motion and my second.
Okay, so that motion was made by Councilmember Ibarra, seconded by Councilmember Calvin, 2 additional positions for the council office and 1 additional position for the mayor's office.
Correct.
So then there was a substitute motion by Councilmember Charette, seconded by Councilmember Figueroa. What was that?
No, so Councilmember Charette first made his statement, followed by Councilmember Ibarra and Calvin, and at that time, Councilmember Figueroa attempted to second the motion. However, he was not recognized by the chair.
Can we recognize him so he can second?
Okay, what's out on the floor? Because it's been just going back.
As I understand it, you have a motion on the floor made by Councilmember Ibarra for 2 members for the council office and 1 assistant for the mayor's office. There was a second to that by Councilmember Calvin, as I understand that. Another motion was made, but it lacked a second, and I did not hear that motion made as a substitute. So at this moment, you have 1 motion on the floor. You can add a substitute if you want, but you don't have one.
Yes, so I'll repeat again. So basically, as long as the mayor has 2 in her office, 2 staff, and then the council office has 4 in their staff. So that's adding two more staff in the council office and 1 more in the city mayor's office.
One clarification again. The addition of 2 new staffers for the council would bring it to 4.
Correct.
Because you have currently 2 that are already budgeted and there. So that would bring it to 4. The addition of 1 in the mayor's office would bring it to 2 because
Correct.
there's 1 there.
Yes. I for some reason, I thought Rebecca was just, was like the replacement to Renee this whole time, and it turned out not being the case. And she's working in the city manager's office too, so.
So that's the motion on the floor. I understand we have a second.
Motion. I'd like to make a substitute motion, and the substitute motion would be that we give 2 to the council office and we leave the mayor's office with 1.
Second.
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra,
For the substitute motion, no.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem. Yes. Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
Okay, the motion fails. Councilmembers Ibarra, Reynoso, Calvin, and Alexander voting in opposition.
You now take a vote on the original motion.
The question for Councilwoman Ibarra, so clarification, the additional add of the 1 position would bring 2 positions to the mayor's office, as I said. The question is a clarification, because it would be a total of 2, right, I'm sorry. But the classification that the mayor here was asking for was 2 assistants to the mayor. And so not the executive assistant.
Correct.
Instead, there would be 2 management,
Correct.
2 assistants to the mayors. I just want to clarify that.
Yes.
So I want to, I got that. I just want to make sure that the second addition to the council staff, I need to hear from my colleagues as far as it's not just someone answering the phones. It's someone that can assist us with policy.
Councilmember, I think the supervisor position could maybe just assist the policy side of things.
As staff writing? I just want to make sure that It's clear, are we good with, because I don't hear any of my council members objecting, so objecting means you're good with it.
This is so screwed up. This is a half-baked staff report. I moved to table.
Second.
I believe there's already,
Second, no further discussion on the table.
When there is a motion to table, it takes precedent over the motion, so you have to take a vote on the motion to table.
okay.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra.
Yes, I like more information, updates. Thank you.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso.
No.
Councilmember Calvin.
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
The motion to.
Can I veto this?
The motion to table passes 4-3 with Councilmembers Reynoso, Calvin, and Alexander voting in opposition.
Process.
And our mayor.
Under the terms of your municipal code and your charter, you can veto actions that are taken, and that's in the form of legislation, but not just process, because process is parliamentary procedure, and veto power comes through your legislative authority. Well, you don't have a personal legislative authority, but your authority to veto legislative decisions or actions that are taken by the council.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to items to be considered for future meetings. 13 is the Sustainable Renewable Green Energy Initiative. We've been approached by a really great, innovative folks to come in that would help us move towards direction of solution for sustainable renewable energy. I would love for the city to not have a missed opportunity and to look at this with those innovators.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam City Clerk?
This was, they didn't approach staff with this, they approached an elected official about this? So they didn't go to the city, they went to an elected official.
City manager is,
Sorry, city manager, they spoke to you?
Yes, they did.
They spoke to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Charette, please use the mic.
This says it was brought forward by Mayor Tran.
No, they came to me. I met with them.
The city manager can put anything they want on the agenda.
Well, but I want you to know about it.
Okay.
I mean, then, it would be posted on a regular, I just don't want to set a bad precedent. I mean, we had this happen with the previous mayor. The mayor would meet with someone, promises were made, then this would end up suddenly on the agenda. This is not the way we want to do things, and I know our mayor is a much better person. If in fact they met with city officials, elected officials, and you think it's the right thing for the city, then I would ask that the city manager bring this forward as a staff recommended report. But this is setting a bad precedent. This is what happened with the last one, and it was not good. And I know our mayor personally, and I know she has a person of integrity, but I don't want to set a bad precedent. We don't want to keep that going. So if you, I trust you, Mr. City Manager. If you think this is right, you bring it forward, please. So I can't vote to support this at this time. No.
there's a motion.
Who made the motion?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
And seconded by Councilmember Reynoso.
Councilmember Sanchez?
No.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa is absent. Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, the motion to add to, for item to be considered for future meetings passes 4-2. Councilmember Sanchez and Mayor Pro Tem vote in opposition.
Thank you. The next item, number 14, Councilmember Reynoso, can you please speak on your request?
Yeah, the goal here is to formalize a partnership with the committee for Juneteenth. Just became a federal holiday. It's no secret. I think that a lot of people need education on it, and that's a part of the event. I'm interested in seeing what financial support looks like, but the reason the number is there is as a cap. And so I'd like to approve it with the language of event with financial support. And we can, because I don't believe that it's going to pass with $50,000 here tonight. So I'd like to make a motion to approve to consider formalizing, or to give staff direction to consider formalizing an annual partnership with San Bernardino Valley College and CBOs who host the annual Juneteenth event with financial support.
Can I make a substitute motion?
Of course.
I would like to direct staff to bring forth a blanket policy that would allow us to support all and any events that staff found edifying for the community. This way, because we've already had a couple of folks call us and email me this week regarding this item, because everybody wants support from us. And we want to be able to support all of our CBOs, but I think that we're going to need to establish a policy of how we're going to define how and of what, and whether or not that we're talking about in-kind services or just of what nature. So I think that that's what needs to happen. That's my motion.
Wow, that's incredible. That's exactly, we were on the same wavelength. We were on the same wavelength. Can I comment on that? People have asked me, what's it like being a council member? And it's like winning $200 million a year, because we, as council members here, decide on $200 million of taxpayer money. And every day we get calls, hey, can you help us out with this? Can you help us out with that? We got $77 million of ARPA money, and half of that we can't really mention where it went because it was all one big giveaway. And so what we're in the business of doing is providing services that increase people's quality of life, not giving money away. And so Councilmember Calvin brought up a really good point. We've done, Luis Ojeda, who runs the San Bernardino Food Fest, has spent tens of thousands of dollars of his own money. And all we have provided is, hey, we're gonna recognize you provide a good for the city, we'll provide some sort of in-kind services. Chris Gonzalez, who does the Arts Walk, same thing. I mean, people out there, nonprofits who have put on events with city money, did it through a grant application. When we posted, hey, there's money out there for programs, they applied, they got the money, some didn't. It would look really bad for them to be watching tonight and say, oh, all it took was hitting up a council member to say, hey, I need some money for this event. So they didn't go through a process, they just made a phone call. So I absolutely agree with my colleague from the 6th Ward. We need to have a policy in place, and we need to have that conversation before we start giving money away. Our Lady Gutfeld in Parks Department does a spectacular job. I know she can provide spectacular in-kind services for events that this city decide is a benefit to the people of the city. So I will support my colleague's substitute motion. Was that a substitute motion? Yes, I second.
Said seconds. Thank you very much, Mr. Sanchez.
Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. The last item, number 15, state of emergency, Councilmember Alexander. It's getting late. Can you please speak on your request?
Thank you, Mayor. During we declared a state of emergency, our ordinance is outdated. So I was looking, I talked to the city attorney. In it says, in the declaration of local city emergency, the director, city manager has authority to make issues, rules, or regulations. I'm always a point of where civilian authority should reign in states of emergency, like the president, the governor, and so on, and other jurisdictions. In this case, the mayor's office should be in charge during a state of emergency. And how many state of emergencies do we actually have in the city of San Bernardino? Zero, very few. So I was looking for that particular issue as far as civilian authority, not the police department in charge, and then the mayor can delegate the powers of whatever we need to do, ratified, obviously, by the council. And like I said, our way it reads now is that there's an emergency director, which we don't even have in the city, is in charge. The city manager calls a state of emergency right now the way it is, not the mayor's office, which is kind of backwards to me, because she's the only elected citywide official.
Are you talking about enumerating the power specifically to the mayor, you're losing me on the civilian, like, appointment portion.
Because the way it reads now is that the city manager and police department, all of them are in charge right now. She can't even, the office, let me be clear, the office can't even declare a state of emergency. The city manager has to declare a state of emergency. It should be the mayor's office. It's in the municipal code.
In the municipal code, it states that it should be the mayor's office?
No, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. We need to change it.
So,
I would like to change it.
but in the municipal code, in the form of government that we have right now, why is that a problem? With the city manager doing it?
Because usually the city managers don't live here, and that office is the only citywide elected office, and it just falls in line with the rest of the offices in the United States. And if I can find some more, I got some more examples. Or did we just direct staff to look at what other cities do where their city managers declare a state of emergencies?
I'm willing to entertain it. I'll motion to approve. Just to discuss it, for sure.
Is there a second?
Okay, if it dies, it dies.
The motion,
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second, because I too thought that state of emergency was being declared by the city manager, and this was actually brought before the council to declare it.
The issue with making the comparison with the federal government and the state government is that the federal and state government don't have the San Bernardino City Charter that governs, or is not their governing document. So we can't make municipal law that is in direct contradiction to our city charter. And under our city charter, the very first clause is that we are a city manager, city council form of government. And no declaration by that governing body can do away with that. So we can't, otherwise we might get this council saying, hey, these finicky elections, we may lose. So how about we just do away with them? We can't grant ourselves more power than the charter has granted us by the voters who adopted that charter. So it's in contradiction.
It's not in contradiction, because if it was, I wouldn't bring it forward. All it is saying we change our ordinance to give the office of the mayor the power to declare an emergency, state of emergency. That's not in violation of the charter. That's all.
Council members, we have a motion
That's
and a
it.
second on the floor.
That's it.
Sonia, is that, Councilman Sanchez, is it true? Straight up?
Yes, you would not be able by ordinance to completely change or undermine your charter. You wouldn't be able to do that. But there may be variations of that, looking at other cities and how they, whether there's a role for the elected officials would have to be looked at and researched.
Let's add it to the workshop with the ranked choice voting. Can we do that? That's my substitute motion. Add it to the workshop.
I can second
Well,
that.
wait a minute, aren't we gonna eventually have a workshop where we discuss all of these policy issues and some of this?
Yeah.
And that's what's desperately needed for 4 years. And I've been begging and begging and begging for it, and we need a workshop that's gonna cover a lot of these issues. And I know that you're working on that, Charles, and I can't say it any more strongly than I'm saying it right now. We need to be discussing all of these issues amongst ourselves and come up with some policies and come up with some understanding lanes and understanding where we are and understanding all of these issues. And maybe we need to have a good educational project on the charter, because apparently no one's read the charter enough or studied it enough or really understands it, and we need to be following it.
Mr. City Manager?
In response to Councilman Charette, he's absolutely correct. We have talked about the need, but at this point, it's going to be more than one meeting because of the number of issues that are on there. Yeah, but we're looking at scheduling something because we've had the National League of Cities coming up, so we're looking sometime the end of March, latest 1st of April for the workshop.
Well, I appreciate that, and of course, you've just been here for less than a month or whatever it's been, or right at. But this has been something we should have been doing for over 4 years now. Over 4 years, we tried to start to have this, and I was fortunate enough to be a part of your offsite strategy and planning session that we had 13 years ago, and it's still collecting dust on the and we haven't gotten together as a body to talk about how we operate and how we work. I think these salary issues and these staffing issues should be part of that workshop as well. So.
You want to make another motion on that, Councilmember Charette, to add
So is that
that
a
in?
second on the motion?
I
on my
second your motion.
Second on my substitute?
I second your substitute motion.
Oh, okay.
Good night.
Okay. Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez?
That's on my motion, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam City Clerk, can you repeat the motion for clarification?
Workshop, that was your motion, right?
Workshop.
To hold a workshop.
So there is a motion to discuss this matter within our retreat. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is that an agreement?
Yes.
Council member?
Yes.
Councilmember
And then-
Ibarra?
So we're going
Mayor
to let
Pro-
go ahead.
It says open meeting, yes.
Can't be a retreat.
Well,
Retreat/workshop. Okay, there is a motion, second. Councilmember Charette, did you second that?
I will.
Can we take the votes?
I had an original motion by Councilmember Sanchez, seconded by Councilmember Alexander.
Okay, Councilmember
that- is
Alexander,
that-
you seconded the
And
motion?
then Councilmember Sanchez did a friendly amendment motion to add it on to the workshop. Is that not correct, Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes,
Right.
that works.
And then I said, yes, I agree, second that motion, then we started to vote, right? Because that's how I understand it.
The workshop with the rank voting?
Yes.
Okay.
To add it
The
on.
McNeely extravaganza.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay,
Salaries and everything else. Yeah.
continuing with,
So the rank voting and the discussion of the staff,
Should we let the city clerk finish?
no.
Oh, sorry.
Council members, point of order. Okay, so the rank voting and this most recent one regarding about the state emergency duties and responsibilities will be discussed at the workshop/retreat with the city manager. Is that correct? Okay, Councilmember Sanchez motioned, Councilmember Alexander seconded. Can we take the vote?
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Councilmember Ibarra?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem? Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes with Councilmember Reynoso voting in opposition.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, it's 10 minutes till midnight. Please join me in a moment of silence in memory of Mr. John Magnus and the earthquake victims of Syria and Turkey, please. Just a few moments.
Madam Mayor, I would like to add 2 names to that moment of silence, please. We have Bobby Ray Henderson, Sr., of the 6th Ward, who owned Bobby Ray's Barbecue for several decades. And then Reverend Elijah Singletary, who was a city planner, city engineer here for the city of San Bernardino. Both have transcended this week.
Thank you, Councilmember. Moment of silence, please. Okay. The next joint regular meeting of the Mayor, City Council, and the Mayor and City Council acting as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency will be held on March 1st, 2023 at the Feldheim Central Library located at 555 West 6th Street, San Bernardino, California 92401. Closed session will begin at 5:30 and open session will begin at 7 p.m. This meeting is now adjourned at 11:53 p.m.